So I be sublime.
What up, everybody? It's 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, and we're back, baby. Me and B. Mitch are back in the prison cell studio after the first week being in Ashburn. And damn, I forgot how much this place sucks.
And I'm going to tell you one thing. I am so happy to be back because I don't have to worry about JP kicking that damn red dirt on my shoes all day.
That's true. But it might be hotter in here than it is in the tent in Ashburn. Drab's up to his usual tricks.
Yeah, it's a little steamy in here.
Let's give that a check. There's so much for us to discuss.
One thing about it is consistent over here.
Dude, football's going on. There's a lot of topics to discuss, right? But I'm going to try to keep myself composed here. Had a rough morning. Had to rush my daughter to the doc. Everything's completely fine. But you know what happened in my haste to get out of so the doc
left something.
The doc we go to has 7 a.m. to 8 a.m. open hours.
Okay.
So as long as you get in there before 8, you're Gucci. But she didn't wake up till 7:30. So by the time we got over there, it was like 7:58. And so I just don't have my computer.
Oh, JP, that's nothing new. You normally leave your computer
It's
anyway.
relatively new. I'd say that
you want to
happens.
borrow mine?
What? No, I'm going to log into this terrible one, and we'll
Just
see how
like
it goes.
only thing, I got a computer here. I got the keyboard.
No.
But this computer don't even work. It's just there to hold the camera. You can use mine. I rarely even use mine anyway.
I am good.
Okay.
I'm going to log into this terrible one, and we'll see what happens. I walked in this morning and was very excited to see the boys in person. Good morning, Landfill. How are you? Landfill's waving. Jeff, I'm guessing, is grabbing show sheets because he moved. But
I know that's on your email.
Well, I don't have my computer.
But you don't have a computer, so you can't blame Jeff for that.
I'm not. But dude, I understand the world here. Like the Junkies studio is an actual television studio, and I understand the need to protect that at all costs. But whatever is happening in here is outrageous. Like to walk in this morning and the state of affairs in the prison cell, I recognize it's a prison cell, but to all those that are listening, and I know you are, that also work in this room, show a little freaking respect.
I'll go directly. If it's not yours, don't put your damn hands on it. If you walk in and you see a perfectly shaped cord, you don't roll the damn thing up. So whoever works in this studio when we aren't in here, show some respect, or I'm going to start showing disrespect, point blank. Since nobody else around this building likes to tell people to act like damn human beings and act like adults, I'll beat your ass into acting like one.
Yeah.
And that's a threat. It's a promise. No, not a threat. It's a promise.
I believe you.
Learn to handle your damn business.
I believe
in a proper way.
Besides all that, it is nice to have a day off from Ashburn. I think the Commanders had their best practice of the summer yesterday, and I think they kind of needed it because it had gotten to be a little ho-hum, a little monotonous. And, you know, I was thinking back to it and we talked about it kind of live when it happened. You can have coaches yell at you. One player can yell. You can put the pads on, but like sometimes you just need a spark, right? Like something's just got to happen.
Yeah.
And you know what I think really turned up the energy in that practice?
What?
When Samerstill ran down B-Rob and poked the ball away. Because think about it. B-Rob was then jumping around, diving to get on the ball. All of a sudden, there were two other Skins defenders there jumping around. Huh? The next play is that Frankie Louvu, Zach Ertz on the sideline thing. Like, it was just a natural, like, bang, bang, things are moving.
Yeah, it's just, somebody just needs to be the spark plug. And I really believe Mikey, I don't have to say
he has spark plug
Mikey
energy.
He's a little spark plug, man, because, you know, he's not the biggest guy. But as I said, everything he does from when he's just working on his fundamentals to when he's actually in a full play 7-on-7 and on 11-on-11, that dude is full speed.
Hell yeah.
And I love it, you know, because, you know, everyone talks about, oh, yeah, you know, it's just different today. He don't seem to act like it's different. He moves at a certain speed no matter what the hell everybody else does.
Agreed. And I think when you have those guys in practice, eventually it is just everybody better start moving at the same speed.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Or you look very, very slow.
Yeah. And I want to be clear that yesterday was not anybody doing anything wrong. It was just kind of he decided to like keep going, almost like an after the whistle. They were kind of just like messing around, but it got everybody back in.
You ever notice sometimes when the running backs might be on the sideline and it's that position seemed to They like to have balls in their hands a lot.
Right.
And then the coach just walk up and try to punch it out. You know what I'm saying?
Totally.
And if the coach were to punch it out, the coach would kind of give him a little look like, better lock that thing up.
Right.
You're not expecting it to happen, but it does happen. As I use the analogy, the situation where in high school, if you fumbling in a game, they made you walk around the school holding the football.
Did you ever watch the movie The Program? The old school, probably late 90s football movie?
Probably not.
It's great. I mean, it's old. It'd be old school now for the way there was steroids and women and all sorts of things, right? But
those things still exist.
Sure.
Still women out there. I'm sure it's some steroids too.
There's this famous scene where this dude that's all juiced up had never been able to get on the field, but had been on the team for a couple of years, starts roiding up and goes ballistic. And he celebrates making the starting defense by walking around, headbutting car windows. Starting defense. If anybody's seen the program, they know exactly what I'm talking about. Right. Regardless, though, I want to say it's a very young Jeff. Look up who the running back is in the program. I want to say it's a very young Omar Epps. I could be wrong on that. The actor, I'm saying. But one of the things, he fumbles a little at practice, and the coach makes him walk around with the football all over campus. Yeah. And then in a class, one of the other guys knocks it away, and they just have a full-out melee to get the ball in class. But
got like that goal football, remember? In the NFL commercial?
Yeah. It was a lot like that, dude. A lot to discuss. And I want to start by the text thread last night. Obviously, a lot going on with the MLB trade deadline. What do you got, Jeffrey? I thought you tracked him down.
He was getting position.
Okay. I saw the mic come down. I thought he was about to tell me something. A lot going on with the MLB trade deadline. And I don't know the answer to this, but I follow our guy, Ryan Clary, Locked On Nats podcast on Twitter, right? And Stallion was going in on this. If Kyle Finnegan's not traded by 6 o'clock, it's malpractice. Other people on the team, if they're not traded by 6, it's malpractice. And I can't speak specifically to what did or didn't happen with the Nats. We know they didn't trade Finnegan. Mm-hmm. We all believed he was a major.
Is it malpractice if someone offers you what you think way less than what you think you're supposed to get?
What I know is at the NFL trade deadline, which has become more and more of an event that it used to be barely anything, and now every year there's moves. Last year we saw the Skins make 2 big moves, trading away Montez and Chase.
Yeah.
But you'll hear that same thing, like, oh, if they don't trade away, the tight end, it's a joke or whatever.
If you don't get the right offer, you don't make the trade sometimes.
Like our guy John Leahy sells homes. He's never going to tell you to sell a house for
if it's
less
not the right price.
Right. Yeah.
So listen, man. I understand. Listen, I understand life is a different way these days. We have to make outlandish statements so we can get the clicks and the follows. If Mike Rizzo didn't make a move, it wasn't the right move.
I couldn't.
I'll leave it at that, and I'm gonna take that man's decision over anybody else that think that they know more than him. And I'm gonna say think because you don't.
I totally agree with you. I think there is a lot to examine. So last night we were trying to figure out who we could talk to today about everything the Nats did and what the trade deadline's like. And B was like, oh, well, I can text my buddy Johnny. And I was like, sure. And then it ends up that it's Johnny Damon, who won 2 World Series and is like, really one of the most recognizable, noticeable players of the late 90s, early 2000s, when the Yankees-Red Sox rivalry, at least in my lifetime, was at its absolute peak. Yeah. And, he was on the Red Sox team that broke through, and then he eventually signed with the Yankees, and it was a big damn deal. Yeah, and but him just as buddies, right? Like,
I played golf with my buddy Neil, who lives down in Orlando. That's how I met Johnny. But the ultimate thing is, every time we start going through these trade deadlines, we talk about what the team should do and who should do what. And I'm always like, okay, well, how are the players thinking at that moment when you hear that you may be traded? You know what I'm saying? What's the psyche of the player? And I think it's always good to get a player like that, and then a guy that follows the sport that can tell you what's going on and what's not going on.
Totally.
He's actually in Maine, though.
Johnny's in Maine?
Yeah.
Well, you know what I want to talk to Johnny about?
What?
I haven't told you this yet. Guess what show Johnny Damon was on?
Below deck.
Below deck, baby.
Yeah. Somebody wrote to ask you about that episode.
Dude, no problem.
Yeah.
I'm here for it.
Probably was his damn boat. Knowing Johnny.
No, they like you go on the captain's boat and
he got a boat. He got a lot of cars. He got a boat too.
I don't know what going on.
I've been watching his fencing stuff. I'm just saying it's distracting. But have you ever noticed, like, if anybody's watched fencing, every time they go, both of them throw their hands up like they got the score. Like, like when a referee calls a penalty and you foul or whatever, you foul, but you still act like they crazy. Every time they go and they're supposed to have a point, both of them raise their hand and it's like, I got him first.
I have not watched any fencing.
It's a little weird.
They look like they're wearing beekeeper
outfits. Look, both of them. And the other guy always
they just run in and stab?
Yeah, the other guy always pulls his helmet off for some reason.
Is it?
See, that's why I lost that thing on Family Feud, because the young lady was very quick with her hands.
Oh, she was a fencer.
Yeah.
Those are quick hands. That is a very hard sport to track who is scoring, I'll be honest with you.
It looked like both of them getting stabbed to me.
Johnny, so B, below deck, you rent this boat for like 3 days, 2 nights. Guess how much you tip? Just the tip you leave. And they show this on the show.
I don't know, bro.
$20,000.
Yeah, but this is...
So imagine how much it costs to rent the boat.
It's reality TV.
Nah, man, it's cash. You see the cash?
Yeah, but it's
an envelope full of cash. They
probably gave them that to tip them.
Maybe, man. I don't know.
So you think somebody really going to rent this boat and just rented it and then have everybody film it up without this TV show paying anything? Like all the people getting married and 90-Day Fiance. Do you think the TV show not paying for most of this stuff?
Maybe, but I don't know. I'm telling you, like Saint-Tropez and these exotic places in the Mediterranean, like you don't have to pay people to come there. They pay you to come there.
No, you don't have to pay them to come there, but it's a TV show, dog. That's all I'm saying.
Just got a Russ Wilson quote. This sounds very Russ Wilson. I've always tried to be a mentor in some way to Justin Fields. What do you think Russ and Justin Fields' relationship was prior to the last 3 weeks?
The reports were that they were cool prior to this.
That makes me fear Justin Fields may be an alien.
Nah.
Aliens find their own people.
Nah. I'm starting to believe you're a damn alien because you always mention aliens.
That's possible. I wouldn't rule it out, or at least like alien impacted.
You got one of those college days. You got River High and the alien pick you up.
Me and Jeff. Jeff claims he got picked up by an alien, right? Or he saw one or something.
In a spaceship.
Some alien picked up his 30-year-old Jeep.
Y'all never thought that it was just the stuff that you were taking that made you feel like you was in a spaceship.
Jeff, you ever been to the Tunnel Club?
I don't even know what that is.
All right, good, because it hasn't opened yet. I have been to Lincoln Financial Field a number of times, significant number of times. Did you play it?
That was a good one.
I played it.
I just caught it.
I played against him there.
I just caught it. That was a good one.
Thank you, Jeff.
I was with New York.
Okay, so you played at the Vet as an Eagle, and then when you signed with the Giants, the link opened.
Came back and played.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think this is only the home sideline. But when you walk down the tunnel by the home locker room, the tunnel the Eagles come out of, you run right by this club, this like bar restaurant. And you see it in lots of
stadiums.
Lots of stadiums now have
Dallas has it.
Dallas has it. I mean, Dallas, you run through the club. Yeah. Atlanta has it. Lots of them have it.
Dallas have a lot of clubs in their stadium.
Dallas has a lot going on. I
experienced a couple of them.
It's pretty wild to think that Dallas is, I mean, Jerry World's now old, but he took such a step forward with that stadium that it's still cutting edge. But we learned a little something this morning from Nikki Jabvala via the Commanders. The Commanders probably released this information, I imagine, if there's renderings. We know they're spending a lot of money. Mm-hmm. People have been coming to training camp now, have seen the new field that's getting built out. I think they're going to be one of possibly the only team in the NFL that will have 4 grass practice fields once that thing gets built out. A lot of teams have 3, not many have 4. Mm-hmm. Now, some teams will have 3 and then a legit turf field, but maybe that's to come. We'll find out. That we could see where they're spending the money in Ashburn because they're building out that giant players lounge as you walk down the wooden stairs up there to the left. Mm-hmm. But we haven't been to FedEx, or I guess a bunch of people went for that Luke Combs concert. I didn't go. But we're getting some information about the money they're spending at FedEx. And Nikki this morning had a story that for a select group of fans, they have introduced the Tunnel Club.
Mhm.
The Tunnel Club is the way it looks to me is going to be very similar to kind of what they have at the Link, what they have at a lot of other stadiums, where there's this like bar restaurant area where you can hang out and watch the players run on and off the field.
Okay, my question is, you know where they run out now. I'm kind of trying to figure
Where
out
are they going to put that?
where are they going to put it, because actually there's a little bathroom there, and then they have the referee's room behind that. They could probably knock that stuff out and make that into something. And then on the other side too, there was some other
the other
like
side,
locker rooms and all.
Yeah. So this is from the Post. The Tunnel Club, a 2,100 square foot space in the tunnel of the stadium, will give 150 season ticket holders access to an area where players travel to and from the field and locker room. Membership includes exclusive stadium entry, parking, field access before the game, and all-inclusive food and beverage. It also comes with a mission to select events with team execs, among other perks. Here's the question for the room. If you actually know the answer, don't say it, but I want everybody to guess the answer. Tunnel Club membership includes 2 passes to the Tunnel Club. I assume that's for all 10 home games. Okay. How much does the Tunnel Club start? Landfill.
For the whole season?
Yeah.
I'm going to guess $1,800.
I think you're crazy.
Per pass?
Uh-huh.
For
So
the
you're
whole
in
season?
For $3,600.
Yeah.
Okay. Jeffrey?
Yeah, I don't think it's that outrageous. I'm gonna go.
You think Landfill's number was outrageous?
Yeah,
I'm going about $50,000.
Oh boy,
at least.
Let's let Jeff get his guess in.
I mean, that's low. That's why I said outrageous. Because you're in the touchdown club, bro.
Tunnel Club.
Tunnel Club. Yeah, my bad. You're in the Tunnel Club. That might run you probably $50K, $60K
for the pair.
For the pair.
You're in that same ballpark.
Did anybody notice how Jeff just completely changed?
Yeah, Jeff. At first,
he clearly thought the answer was $800,
and he completely took my.
And then when Beamish went,
Hold on.
50K at least, then Jeff
absolutely that just happened.
No,
I know
season tickets are not even that low. Like, come on,
60,000
dude.
plus one.
All right. You guys are way too high.
What is it?
Landfill's,
No way.
Landfill's way too low.
So it's 25.
According to Nikki, according to the Post, and I think this was information, like I think this is from the team. The chance to high five Terry McLaurin pregame doesn't come cheap. Membership starts at $15,000 and includes 2 passes to the Tunnel Club.
Okay, starts at 15,000.
Right.
And then when that includes 2 passes, and when you start finishing up, what it's going to end up at. See, I love when people say starting price.
Well,
Is that before or after taxes?
What?
What you pay? What
are you talking about?
I mean, talk about not understanding the sentence you just said.
What is he talking about?
Please explain what the hell that meant, Jeff.
I was just saying, is that $16K before taxes or after taxes? Because you're going to get taxed.
No, you're not. You're paying. You already been taxed.
I mean,
no. Have you ever
he's talking about sales tax?
Yeah, I was about to say,
sales tax.
Like this is like a contracted agreement. Like
okay, I was because I know with the tickets I buy, they'll say they're this price,
but then get you with some convenience fees.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Fees. That's all tax to me.
Okay. Here's the thing. They're trying to keep this clearly exclusive. 150 tickets. 150 people can get in there. So that, to me, when you create demand like that, when you limit supply like that, you're going to create demand. I tweeted this out, and I think people took this the wrong way. $15,000 sounds like a lot of money to most of us to go watch dudes run in a tunnel.
Yeah.
Right? But for the people they're marketing that to, it's a drop in the bucket.
It is.
It's you and I.
What did people not understand?
Paying for a bar tab. People are like, oh, why you calling me broke? I'm not calling you broke.
I'm
just calling other people rich.
JP didn't call you broke. You called you broke because you had to do the question. A lot of time when you speak, when someone doesn't say something particular or ask a certain question, you come out with something, you normally tell them the truth about yourself. Just remember that. So you didn't call anybody broke, but that's how life is. Some things are priced away from certain people.
Greenberg joins us at 11 a.m. Johnny freaking Damon at 11:30. Mark Zuckerman at noon will run down all the Nats moves. 1 o'clock, Denton Day. Denton texted me last night with some language I can't share on the air. He's very confident in some college football futures that he's going to share with us today.
Okay.
And then coming up at 1:30, Jason Epstein is the head professional out at Congressional. They're hosting the Junior PGA Championship this week. Some of the world's best young golfers. Guys,
I got one question for Jason.
What's that?
Something about if they really want to have the exclusivity and how great that all the stuff over there is Congo, why they keep allowing you to say that you're a member when you play golf that bad?
I never say I'm a member. So we're clear. My wife's the member. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here with
B-Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. A lot to discuss kind of coming off a week at training camp. I'd be remiss if we didn't at least mention that the Nats gave up 17 yesterday. You heard that right, B. 17.
Wow.
What was Patrick Corbin was your starting pitcher. What was his
Landfill
line?
favorite guy.
I think he had 10 earned runs allowed, 13 hits.
That's bad, though.
Yeah, it's not great.
So there was a portion of time, obviously Corbin eventually got pulled, but there was a portion of time where the Nats, the two most recent pitchers for the Washington Nationals, had given up 15 earned runs in less than 4 innings work? Because you had Kyle Finnegan blow the save. What would that be? Monday night?
Yeah, gave up 5.
He gave up 5 and didn't finish. Do you get an infinity ERA in that? If you get walked off, doesn't ERA have to be driven to a ended inning? Isn't it?
No, I mean, if you don't record an out, then you could just get an infinity ERA. But if you record an out, they can calculate it.
All right, he had an out, I think.
I'm not sure.
I know. I think he got 1. So at least
there you go.
At least he didn't have an infinity ERA.
What is it? 15 times 9, that would be his ERA. Whatever the hell that is.
145.
Yeah.
What?
135.
So not 45. Take the over on 45. So then what was Corbin's ERA last night? 15 times 9 also?
30.
So the last 2 pitchers at some point for the Washington Nationals had an average ERA of 130 and 30 is 65 divided in half of about 80. That ain't good. And people are mad they're trading people. Trade everybody. I don't know. Yeah, it feels like things could get a little uneasy for the Nats, but I appreciate Davey Martinez late in these lost seasons. Kind of usually there's an unexpected rally late, and you got James Wood. You're going to have these young guys. Maybe Cruz gets called up. I'm not. They're obviously not going to finish above 500. Any pipe dreams of wild cards and all that, please shut up. But I still think they'll play some good baseball. We wanted to open these phone lines up about Commanders training camp because the rest of the day is just going to get jammed. I'm curious what people are most excited about, curious about, want to talk about from training camp.
Uh-huh.
And so for the next half hour, we're going to leave just phone lines open because we haven't done it, haven't really been able to do it out in Ashburn. 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. But this morning, I think people are most fired up about this Tunnel Club thing, which is, I'm not trying to be a jerk. It's that stadium, even with all the seats they've removed, right? All the, it went from 92 to what is it now? 65, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to sell 150 of these tickets. So don't be offended. It ain't for you.
It's 100. And then again, let's be real. It's for when people going in and out the game. During the game, those people are probably going to have their own suites already.
Well, that's why
other seats.
That's why I think it's just an add-on.
Yeah.
I think the fact that you can't hang out down there. You know what would be really boring during a football game? The middle of the second quarter in the tunnel. There's nothing going on.
Not if they have the right stuff in it, because I sat at the little area right behind the Commander's bench in Dallas.
Sure.
And they have TVs every damn way.
But you also feel like you're kind of part of the action because you're right behind the bench. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you can't see anything. But I'm just saying, if
think about all those. So
if you're in that little area right there, depending on how they build this thing, there's gonna be some glass somewhere.
Where do you think it's gonna be?
I'm thinking.
I don't think they can have glass to the field.
You know, when the cheerleaders, normally when you're going down that tunnel and the cheerleaders are to
from
the left,
where the owners park, you're coming down the smaller tunnel, right?
Yeah,
the entrance to the
when
locker
you
room.
walk to the sideline from the out the locker room area.
Yeah.
Normally those cheerleaders are always to the left there.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be over in that area and probably somewhere
that
out.
open space where the two
They're
bathrooms
probably
are.
trying to make it on both sides.
So I'll be fascinated what they do because there used to be so the Commander's locker room takes up a lot of space. You're not going to encroach on that, right? Across from there, they used to have kind of like a VIP reception area that during COVID got turned into where you had to spread everything out. That became some sort of room.
But that's where Ron's office was.
Yeah,
Remember that?
yeah.
I really believe like where Ron's office has some other, they can probably move the coaching stuff into a different area, and that whole area right there can be where they're going to be.
I think even where that open area is, where the bathrooms are, as you really run down the tunnel, like
To the right.
To the right.
Yeah.
Put some bathrooms somewhere else or open up. You know where there's a ton of bathrooms is the referee locker room. That like you could cut that in half, open up half of that to make public restrooms. And then that area, if you do it right, is the hot spot because it's right there on the corner.
Right, you come out the locker room and you make the left.
Every player is going to run by you on their right and then a right again coming down the tunnel. Like, if you're going to make it, like, I would never pay for this.
I would say this. If they're doing it, some architect has told them exactly where it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to see it.
All right. People called. Mike is in Pennsylvania.
What up, Mike?
Mike, how you feeling about Commanders camp?
Man, I'm so excited. How's it going, guys?
Well, good,
We're good, buddy.
This is just, man, it's so refreshing after 24 years of what we've been through to finally see this whole massive change that we've gone through. It's been pure zen. It feels, I'm sure Beamish could agree with this, but it's the first time for me personally. I feel like we are at where we were way back when with, Jack Kent Cook, Bobby Beathard and Joe Gibbs, right? And Richie Pettibone. It's like it finally feels like that. So going into training camp and all this, next week is going to be a great test. Like, I know when most people think of the Jets, right, they think of that kind of lackluster team, but they probably got one of the best defensive lines in football, right? And their wide receivers are no joke with Garrett Wilson and Mike Williams now. So I think that's going to be a really good test, to show how far we've come in such little time. Do you guys agree?
Hell yeah. I think the Jets have a really good defense. They have a really good defensive coach. I think they have a really, really excellent defensive line.
Yep.
And I think it will be a great test. I think both of these
have a damn good cornerback as well.
Well, and honestly,
Sauce Gardner.
We're only talking about, their defense testing Washington's offense. What about Washington's defense, which was god awful?
Have to deal with their offense because their receiver there is good too.
Well, I mean, the receiver, if Rodgers is right, he picks you apart. I think it's a great call, Mike, because I think next week will be an excellent test for Washington.
Are you guys going to be there?
Yeah, we'll be there.
Oh, man, I can't wait to hear what you guys say, man.
Okay.
And thank you so much, man.
Thanks,
Great
dude.
deal, right?
Hi, bro.
Appreciate your call.
Hey, thank you.
Hey, Mike, you still there? Mike's gone. I was going to ask Mike if he was going to join the Tunnel Club. And listen, for all the people whose head is in the gutter about the Tunnel Club, come on, man. Let's try to keep it above board here. We run a clean show, all right? It's just called the Tunnel Club because it's the tunnel where the players run out. I have texted with somebody. It's going to be kind of exactly what we're talking about, B. That area across from the locker room that's kind of randomly open and like ends up being like storage for a lot of stuff. And there's those two really, really dirty at all-time bathrooms. I have a nickname for one of those bathrooms that I won't say on the air because somebody always used it. That's where they're going to build it. And that area, if you have that kind of money, will be freaking awesome. Because the players are all right there.
Definitely.
Constantly. And if you are paying for those passes, you're right, B. You're probably then getting in an elevator up to your suite anyway. You're not sitting in regular seats buying regular beers, eating regular hot dogs. Some people, corporate, probably a lot of like lobbyists and stuff. That's who's sitting there. Neil Greenberg joins us at 11. Should just play this every day and do like a money segment. Maybe who's that dude that does Mad Money? You think we can start booking him? That guy's always yelling about something. I don't know what it is, but
Yeah, it's all like you.
Kramer. What's the hell's his name? Jim Kramer.
JP Finley.
I suppose I am yelling frequently, but not like that.
Oh yes.
B Mitch, yesterday was their best practice of the summer, and I think then they get kind of rewarded with the off day. They're back tomorrow. You think Friday will be a big pads day?
Probably so. I know they're gonna have people out there Thursday, so Thursday may be a pass day.
Saturday is an off day. Sunday is kids' day. Monday's an off day. Tuesday they're on. Wednesday off day to travel. Thursday against the Jets, I think, will obviously be a big one.
Mm-hmm.
Friday off day. Saturday preseason game.
Yeah,
that's wild to think we are. I don't know.
No, it's not wild. It's been long enough. It's time for football to be back.
Will you watch the Hall of Fame game tomorrow night?
Some of it.
Yeah, I'm going to be jazzed up that it'll be on television.
I'm not watching a lot because I told you I'm riding the bikes Friday morning at 4:30.
That is early, dude. Where will you sleep? You at home?
What do you mean?
I can't.
No, I'm gonna be close.
Where does it start?
It starts at Union. So yeah.
Hold on, this dude's been on hold for a minute. Walt, what up, man?
What up, everybody? How you doing? Just calling from the deep south down here in Tampa.
Nice.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, first of all. And man, I've been around since George Allen. So just so I'll clarify myself and qualify myself. And, I'm trying to keep the enthusiasm down, but how can you? I mean, I think a lot of our fans don't realize just what type of coaching staff we got. I think if we don't have the best coaching staff in the Washington Commanders have the best, if not the best. We're in the top 3 in all around coaching, and just how they're going about their business is professional. They're paying attention to the details. And it seems like they're really focused in on this red zone because it seems like they're doing more red zone and special teams, and that is just refreshing, man.
It has been a lot of special teams.
Oh yeah, this is important.
Oh man, hey, go ahead.
Thank you, Walt. I appreciate the call. I love your enthusiasm, dude.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, take care.
Because remember when Mike Shanahan came here and he said that he want to run the 3-4 because it means you'll have a lot of linebackers and they could have a great special team. It wasn't very great. But they are putting work into the special team. And Izzo
might know.
Yeah, he knows a little something.
Scotty doesn't know. Landfill, Walt from Tampa was very excited and claimed that the Commanders have top 3 best coaching staff in the NFL. I was curious if you wanted to respond to that in a way that perhaps Brian and I won't.
I think top 3 is a little bit of a stretch.
I think you got to win a few.
Yeah.
I mean, top of my head, Kansas City seems on top of what they're doing.
San Francisco's
the
pretty
Niners
capable.
seem on top of what they're doing. Baltimore seems on top of what they're doing. I really do like this staff. I think we should chill with the top 3 stuff. I watched Hard Knocks last night, B.
Mm-hmm.
The last one. By far the most professional the Giants looked because it was just the draft and they made their picks and there wasn't like anything else to kind of do. It was kind of funny. The only couple things that stood out to me was at the end, they showed Brian Dable and Joe Shane's wives were at this little restaurant. I guess they do a draft wrap party like the whole organization does, like Saturday night. And, I mean, think about it. We've done that in the past when we've had to work the draft nonstop. Everybody kind of goes out once it's finally over Saturday night. I used to go to MGM with Pete.
Let your head on a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if you don't have none.
Well, because you've been basically working nonstop for like 4 days, and you're so exhausted, but you still just kind of want a cocktail and want to relax. But Shane's wife said something that I thought was so she basically was like, oh, yeah, me and I don't remember their names, right? She was like, me and Barbara or whatever have become such great friends, but she's a total dayball. Like she's just flies off the handle and is so over the top. Whereas I'm just like Joe, I'm just very calm and I just like to not let anything bother me. And in my head, I'm like, you just insult her and her husband while trying to make you and your husband look good.
She did.
I was just like, damn, lady.
Yeah. And if you don't show emotion, sometimes you get fired.
Right.
We just dealt with that for 4 years.
The one thing I did want to ask you. So I also watched the end of Receiver. Have you watched any of that yet?
I watched some of it. I haven't watched the ending.
Okay. So the end. What's cool is because they're following St. Brown, Debo, and Kittle, not only do you get to watch those three in the NFC title game, but then you get to watch Debo and Kittle in the Super Bowl. And both those guys, Debo throughout the season was dealing with this break or crack in his scapula, in his like shoulder blade, right? And it cost him a couple regular season games. And then he got cracked in it again in the Super Bowl. And I think I know. I'm guessing you do know. He comes off and he's in serious pain, and then eventually they go in, and the footage, the cameras are outside of the doors, but you can hear what's going on inside. There was a lot of that, and then it was, oh damn, I can feel my shoulder again. Oh damn, I can move my shoulder again.
Yeah.
And then
it's some amazing medicine in this world.
And then late in the game, George Kittle, same thing. George Kittle had dealt with a shoulder problem throughout the year, never to the extent Debo had, but same thing. He had to come off the field. The trainer's like, listen, man, do you want to go in? He's like, yeah, let's go in, because they're going to overtime in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And listen, man.
So that's what I wanted to ask you about. You're in that situation. How much different is the Super Bowl than week 6, week 10, week 14?
I'm playing. Hell, I wanted to play in week 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll try to do whatever I could to do it or fight through the pain. If it's a Super Bowl and they tell me I can get a shot and I'm not going to truly hurt myself, you think I'm not trying to go back on the football field?
How different is it knowing there's not a game next week?
Well, at that point, you know, even if something were to go wrong, you have a long time to get yourself back in order. You know, I remember there was a game we were playing in Detroit right before the playoffs in 1990, I think it was.
Okay.
If I had known it would be the only game I did not play in my whole career, you think Joe Gibbs could have kept me off that football field? Because he did pull me off of it one time.
Like if you could say, I played 14 years and never missed a game.
Yeah, I missed one. My last one of my rookie season, I think it was. And he was like, we trying to save you for the playoffs. I'm like, Coach, you can use me today. I mean, I practiced every damn day that week, but no, now we gonna worry about when it was on turf, and now you're gonna worry about my ankle. So I ran out on the field. He was like, "Come here." I was still trying to play.
Wow, that's a cool story.
You know, it's the mind, but it's the mindset. But that's what most athletes have, and I think, like a lot of times, you hear people talking about how people are soft and this, that, and the other. You don't understand the mindset of most of those guys out there.
Do you think that's changed at all as the money is just skyrocketed?
I think we still have some guys who have that same mindset. Some guys some guys, when you allow them to do certain things, they will. Just like kids. If you allow your kids to constantly do what's bad, what's wrong, and you keep not chastise them or try to punish them for it, and you praise them and make everything all good, they're going to keep doing the right thing. But if you make them understand what's right and what's good, they'll change up. Like you said, it's not bad kids, it's bad parents.
Speaking of bad kids and good parents, Neil Greenberg joins us next. So the U.S. women won the bronze medal, I believe.
Okay.
So rugby's kind of like soccer, that it goes to extra time at the end.
Mhm.
This is my interpretation of it. I hope I'm not wildly wrong.
You're probably messing this up.
I
Go
believe
ahead.
I have it, at least in this one. This young woman went 95 yards after the buzzer to win it.
Damn.
It's wild. Maybe Greenberg saw
Good
it.
stuff there.
Our friend Neil Greenberg joins us now. You can follow him at @ngreenberg, sports writer and stats geek, not nerd, for the Washington Post. What up, Greenberg? How are you, buddy?
I'm doing super. How are you?
Good, man.
Did you see the rugby play I was talking about?
Yes, I did. And I don't really understand rugby, but I do understand explosive plays, and that was definitely one of them.
It was wild. I'm gonna have to. I'll play it for you in the break. B. Greenberg, how are you, dude? Like, where is your incredibly brilliant yet very scatterbrained mind right now in a world with the trade deadline, the Olympics kind of take over, even though it's a whole bunch of sports we don't really watch, and football heating up?
Yeah, I'm squarely in football. I'm working on a lot of fantasy football and NFL content right now. It takes a lot of data collection and just analysis to try to figure out what direction I'm going to go this year. But starting, I believe, next week, we'll start to have the first of our fantasy football stuff dropping. And I'm also working on some video stuff. I'll be putting out some videos on sports betting and football and fantasy football. So I'm keeping busy behind the scenes, and we'll just have our own explosive plays of output over the next couple of weeks.
What is your early research telling you, maybe league-wide?
You mean for fantasy football?
Yeah.
I think running backs are going to be key early in the fantasy draft. I know there's a lot of people out there saying, go wide receiver heavy and point per reception leagues, but I'm actually going to be advocating a running back heavy early picks, maybe running back during the first 2 rounds, because the amount of running backs that get a lion's share of the carries dwindles so fast. And then after that, it just becomes, a crapshoot of who gets injured, who actually realizes the upside, et cetera. We're in a passing league, so there's plenty of good wide receivers to fill out your rosters, from the 3rd to 5th, 6th round. So that's kind of where I'm leaning right now.
I mean, dude, let's just try to, the three of us, name who are real bell cow running backs still in the NFL. Maybe Henry in Baltimore.
If he stays healthy, right? Christian
McCaffrey, Henry, you go to Green Bay
maybe
now.
Barkley, maybe.
Saquon, yeah.
Maybe Breece Hall if he's healthy.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of maybes. Bijan Robinson.
But that's the point, right? You need, the number 1 pick will probably be Christian McCaffrey. That takes one off the board for sure. And then you just have to hope Bijan Robinson, Breece Hall, Gibbs, Taylor, Barkley, maybe a rookie, you really have to pick your spot. And for me, it's much easier at the beginning of the year to figure out who the top running backs are going to be. And then the wide receivers, there's so many good young wide receivers. We're obviously in a passing league. There's more 3 wide receiver sets now. It's just, I think it's easier to get contributors, but the fall off for the running back position is just so quick and so severe. I do think my controversial take this year is going to be running back early.
Ooh, I like it.
I believe that some teams are going to utilize their running backs tremendously this year.
Well,
yeah, that's the other thing too, right? Like the dual threat quarterbacks in particular are fantasy gold. And then there'll always be some vultures out there that get goal line carries, and you can probably figure out who those are for late in the draft. But yeah, I mean, the running back is gravitating towards being being able to catch passes and run the ball, and for fantasy purposes, that works out to something really good.
I also know a big-eared fella that likes to zig when the world zags. So if everybody's so focused on one thing, I'd prefer to be on the other side of that thing.
Okay.
Talking with our friend Neil Greenberg here on the BetQL guest line. Sports betting has come to the DMV. Don't place that first bet without checking with BetQL. Check them out, BetQL app or BetQL.com. I don't believe I've seen you at training camp. That doesn't mean you haven't been absorbing the information. How do you feel about the Washington Commanders now that they are a full week into their season, technically?
I mean, I feel as good as I did before. You have Jaden Daniels on track, right? Like, there's nothing that he's done to say that there's any cause for concern. I do believe he's the linchpin for a lot of this stuff, because if he's anywhere near good, chances are the Commanders' outlook becomes a lot more optimistic. But I think it's good. I just think that it's there's a lot of positives, and when I'm looking at training camp, I do tend to put more weight on the positives than the negatives, because you don't really know who's nursing an injury, who's taking it easy, who's doing something that might just be out of the norm for the preseason and training camp. So I've liked what I've seen. I've been on the show. I've been optimistic about this team pretty much throughout. So it just, I think everything's going the way that it should be going for a team with so many new parts and so many new places. And, I'm curious to see how it all starts to pan out once we see some preseason games.
I keep saying, like, if offensive line, if they improve, then like we said, if Jaden hits, then he can hit. If they don't improve, then it's going to be hard for him to hit like you want him to if he's not getting the protection. You agree with that?
I do. And I think that there's a lot, I think right now the way to look at the season is, how does Jaden Daniels progress? Like, that to me is like the key storyline throughout this whole thing. And like you said, it has to do with the offensive line, which can be upgraded later and can be changed, et cetera. But if he seems to be playing well and that question gets answered, then I do think it's safe to say, all right, well, can this team contend for the playoffs? Like, that's, to me, the next logical step with what we're doing. And if all that comes out of the season is Jaden Daniels plays really well and looks like he can be the guy going forward, I think it's a massive win for the organization, no matter what the record is. But if he does play well, I mean, those two things are correlated. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see not only how he performs, but also what are the next steps to build this team into a contender? Is it upgrading the offensive line? Is it getting another pass catcher? If all these new parts don't pan out, like, what does the defense look like, et cetera? I think you're exactly right. Like, we have to start looking at quarterbacks first, and then all the components that go around that. How and when should we start to upgrade those aspects of the team?
How much do you think the Jets practice? What's more important, you think, the practice or the game?
Practice? We talking about practice?
Yes, but only comparing it to preseason games.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important when you have Aaron Rodgers coming off an injury, trying to get chemistry with the offense. I think you want to see good stuff happening, and if stuff happens that isn't so good, then that's what the preseason and training camp's for, right? Is to correct those issues so that you're able to go into the regular season on much stronger footing. So I want to see, from a game perspective, Aaron Rodgers is, playing well. I don't know if he's going to be playing well. You certainly don't want to be, in the news for a temper tantrum as opposed to, making a huge play down the field and everything looks great.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I mean, the preseason is exactly just to kind of work the bugs out and be ready for the regular season.
I'm with you there. I think it's going to be really fascinating to see Aaron Rodgers in kind of everything he has going on. That Jets team could be pretty damn loaded, honestly. If
it could be,
you never know. Like, we don't know what Washington's going to be.
We've seen crazy mess up good teams before.
Totally. But as crazy as he's been, and he's been crazy for a while, he's largely still been very good.
Yeah, I mean, he's been very good, but he's had a lot less success than we expect him to have as an overall
playoff
team.
Success.
He's looked great as an individual and getting all the stats he can get, but he's made mistakes in great moments for his team. So he's going to have to, like Pat. Pat has great talent. Seems to come through at the end for his team most times.
I'm also looking forward to how he deals with everything that comes with playing for a New York team, right? Like you wanna have a temper tantrum and you produce, like the fans are gonna back you up. You want to have a temper tantrum and things aren't going well, like they are going to rip into you.
I think it's even worse
someone
after
that
missing
seems
last
to be
year.
needled a little bit about outside influences. I'm curious to see how that dynamic works out. But like you said, I mean, individually, he's great. Can he be a part of something bigger than himself? Because this Jets team, like you said, is looking very good on paper. A lot of people are picking them as kind of like a dark horse division winner in the AFC East. He would have to be a big part of that in order for that to happen. It's a great little storyline to be watching for this upcoming year.
Well, I think some of the honeymoon, I think when the Jets first traded for Rodgers, it was like, oh my God, Jets fans are through the roof, right? But I think some of that now, after he missed all that time, but kind of like held him hostage, saying he might come back. And there was just all the stuff that started coming out, like the vice presidential stuff and missing minicamp and ayahuasca and whatever else. I think some Jets fans, unless he balls out early, are going to kind of be over it right away.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the train wreck I'm here for. Like
you and everybody else. That's radio gold right there, baby.
But that's my point. Like playing in New York, especially like you. And I know he played in Green Bay and there's a rabid fan base. I get that. But that rabid fan base was in love with Aaron Rodgers. Like the fan base he's going to now, like you said, is more of like, okay, we know what you did, but what have you done for us lately?
There you go.
And if it ain't good, then he's going to hear about it all the time. He's going to hear about it in press conferences. He's going to hear about it on sports radio. He's going to hear about it every single day because it's such a major market and such vocal fans. He is not going to be able to get away from the criticism if it doesn't work well on the field.
Yeah, Philadelphia is just like New York.
That's right.
Believe me, where he was in Green Bay, those people don't have they don't have anywhere close to the attitude as those people in the East Coast do.
I also think the way Green Bay reporters largely cover the Packers is just like as an open supporter of the team. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I think the difference is I think the difference from Green Bay to just a normal major market, Green Bay to Tampa, would be significantly different.
Yeah, it's a community team and it's a public team, right? Like people, like fans actually own a stake in the team itself. So that's just a very different dynamic than some of these other major sports towns that we know about.
Hey, let's switch into baseball real quick. Nats traded away Lane Thomas. But the big piece that a lot of people were waiting to get traded, Kyle Finnegan, never happened. How do you feel Riz did at this trade deadline?
I'm always a fan of doing what you can and getting the best possible deal, and that includes not moving a piece if you don't feel like you're getting the right thing. I think Rizzo has done a really good job as the steward of this franchise. Even the World Series. Put aside for a second. I mean, he's shown that he can build a team to win the championship, but also retool a team and then get ahead of schedule, right? Because I do think that the Nats are probably slightly ahead of schedule. I think it's fine. I mean, closers they're not a dime a dozen, but you can create good closers for the game, right? Like you can create a guy that can come in the ninth inning as long as he throws hard and can be accurate. Like you can create another closer to get the saves. But the fact that they're keeping a guy that they like and or didn't have a good deal for him, I think that that's good. And Rizzo checked a lot of boxes for the trade deadline, getting more minor league system prospects and getting some players that could maybe help a little bit this year. So I think he's done a really good job with the franchise overall and especially at the trade deadline.
I've been keeping this same mindset. Long as whatever Rizzo does, I'm going to follow. If it does, if he trades, okay. If he doesn't, it wasn't worth it.
I also think that there's this asinine thought that like people are comparing. I've heard or maybe seen this online that people are like comparing the Lane Thomas trade and the decision to trade away Candelario last year or whatever to the Soto trade. And I think that's just so freaking stupid. They were right to trade Soto, but only because they knew ownership wouldn't pay for him. And there was like example after example after example with Turner, Scherzer, Rendon, Harper, all of it, right? Like, they were forced to trade.
Look at
Soto.
the haul they got for him.
Right.
Without doubt, he made a great trade. I think.
But
Like,
they were
considering
forced
the
to do that, and all the decisions.
Everybody knowing that you had to trade this guy,
right?
Like getting what you did get for him was a masterstroke. And I think the biggest piece that people miss is like we have no idea if there was a market for a particular player or what that market was. And like I said, I think Rizzo deserves the benefit of the doubt. He's done a really good job being the GM of the Nationals. You can quibble with some stuff here and there, but his overall arc has been one of a lot of success. And if he says there was no market for the closer, then, or he didn't like the market, then I trust him at this point.
Yeah, or the market wasn't good enough.
Right.
Hey, Greenberg, how does it feel to be the warm-up hitter for Johnny Damon?
Oh, I am honored. I mean, as a guy that I watch get on base all the time, hopefully I did him justice and set the table for him so he can drive me in.
I'll drive you on home.
No pressure, Damon. And it's fine what you did to my fantasy baseball team those years ago. I'm not bitter, but
thank you, Neil.
No pressure.
Thanks, dude.
Love you guys. Talk to you soon.
All right, that's our guy, Neil Greenberg. When we come back, man.
Hey, B. Mitch. Thanks for having me, guys. I really loved enjoying playing the game, but I know we're going to talk about the trade deadline and how crazy it is.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we can, certainly. Were you ever moved at the deadline?
No, I have never been moved at the deadline. I was traded during the offseason from Kansas City to the Oakland A's, and it's a really strange feeling because I just came off of one of the greatest years by a leadoff hitter, and then you end up moving because your team all of a sudden says they can't afford you anymore. You did too good, and it's a crazy business, but that's what's happening.
Like when you have friends I'm sure you have friends that were going through it, and like for me, I've seen people begin to have that uncertainty where, okay, they're about to move me. And the psyche of a player, a closer or whatever, can it affect them? Because we've seen our closer, who everyone was talking about could get traded, he gave up 5 runs in an inning or something.
Yeah, in less than an inning.
Yeah, it's a nerve-wracking time. I was never traded during the season, as we mentioned, but I've been around when we made some huge trades that you would never think would happen. Like when I was with the Red Sox in 2004, Nomar Garciaparra has been the man there for 8-9 years. And the day before, we have a day off in Minneapolis. So I take out all the boys on a pontoon boat on Lake Minnetonka, and we're having a blast of not knowing the next day that Nomar is going to be
Dodger, right?
Heading out. Yes. So it's a nerve-wracking time, and you do want your teams to be aggressive because you want the ownership to show the fan base and to show the players that we are in it to win it. And then there's always these crazy deals that happen, and sometimes it's not the best players in the league that are being moved, but it's guys that is going to fit well in the clubhouse, who's going to bring that extra depth to your team. And so the season definitely is getting very exciting. There's a lot of close races right now. Mm-hmm. So it's going to be very interesting.
Dude, so there's obviously so much for us to talk about, but when B said you were coming on, I was so excited because, I mean, I've watched your entire career. Like, I remember you breaking through with the Royals. That 2000 season is what I think you were mentioning. You hit 330, yep. Stole 46 bags, scored 136 times. How the hell were you not an all-star?
Well, fortunately, I got to 2 all-star games, but I feel like I should have minimally been 6 to 7.
That's another one for sure.
More. Yeah. but during that time, only every team had to be represented, and sometimes it wasn't the best player on the team. I mean, I had some great players like Mike Sweeney and Jermaine Dye, so I totally get that. But all the teams had to be represented, and there were only 25 guys on the All-Star team back then. So right. It is what it is. I got to 2 with the Red Sox. I should have been on 3 with the Yankees, but I mean,
yeah.
Who's counting?
Well, dude, so there's a couple moments I got to ask you. We're going to talk A game. We're going to go long, Landfill. Forgive me. So the ultimate irony, you're too damn good for the Royals. They can't afford to keep you, and they move you to Oakland, the most broke place in the world. and then that team was a freight train that year. You guys fall in the ALCS or DS to the Yankees. What was it like that one year with the A's?
Oh, I was taught how to play winning baseball because every time I was in Kansas City, I mean, it was we had a great offense. Pitching wasn't quite there. And then when they split up the offensive guys, the pitching showed up. And it's unfortunate some teams just can't compete with the big dogs like the Yankees or the Red Sox. I know the Dodgers have a lot of money, but I played winning baseball, and like Moneyball worked out very well because you had 3 of the top 10 pitchers in the league. You had Barry Zito, Mark Mulder, and Tim Hudson. So they were going to keep the other teams at bay, and all you needed to do was score a couple runs to win a lot of games. And yes, we were the wild card team that year in 2001, but at 102 wins, like the Mariners, who we played very well against that year, they won 116 each of those first years. So it was a great time to learn how to play winning baseball, and then just take it over to the Boston Red Sox.
Do you think, Johnny, that speeding up the pitchers and put them on that pitch clock has helped the hitters out a little bit?
I do think so. I believe the really great pitchers in the game, they already know what they are going to do, how they are going to attack hitters. And so they don't really need that time. But the guys who are just trying to figure out a way to get Mike Judge out, or not Mike Judge, Mike Trout or Aaron Judge.
Sure,
because how do you?
I guess if they had a kid, it'd be Mike Judge.
Yeah, Mike Judge. Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Beavis and Butthead too. Going backwards one more time. What was it like being a part of that Red Sox team that finally took out the Yankees?
Oh, it was absolutely amazing. I mean, we all became families. We all cared for each other. Like if somebody failed, somebody was there to pick you up. And we become a lot closer in the past year, after losing our great Tim Wakefield. The team has rallied together, and we've been doing a lot of great things together. And we will always go down as the greatest comeback ever. And I was just so proud that I was able to bring a nation together, the Red Sox nation together, break a curse of the Bambino, and and we're going to be loved here forever. A lot of them have forgave me for heading to the Yankees, but I know some people will continue to hold a grudge for the rest of their lives.
They got to chill because you got a ring in the Bronx too. That would be my reply.
Absolutely. So only Babe Ruth and I are the only two starters for both teams who have won the championship.
That's
so anytime
that's something I never known. That's
wow.
Well, that's gonna be like you go, hey, I got it. Who other than Babe Ruth has won for the Yankees and the Red Sox?
And starters. Like there's some
starters,
coaches and some guys who were hurt or bench players, but it's a great company to be a part of, and obviously we know how amazing Babe Ruth was and still is to the game today.
Absolutely. We're talking with Johnny Damon here. What a treat it is to have you on. I have one other question, but I definitely want to hear more about A-Game, your hydration water that you're really trying to kind of change everything for kids, make it something healthy out there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in 2012, it was very hot summer in Central Florida, and these kids were very dehydrated, and there were a number of kids in the South who passed away. And we just want to make sure that we give the kids a choice for clean ingredients, no artificial flavoring, coloring, no forever chemicals. And so it's out there. It's at Giant. So go take a look at it. You always have to bring your A game. I did when I was a ball player. I know B Mitch for sure. And if you bring your A game at any time, being a parent, being a teacher, I mean, there's no reason to be upset with whatever outcome it is. Just always bring your A game.
Dude, I will check this out because I have two little kids who have been in camps all summers, and it has been so hot that we've been trying to figure out ways to make sure the electrolytes stay up. And there's Giant by me, so I will check this out.
Well, I'm gonna go get some because I'm riding 108 miles on a bicycle Friday, Johnny. So I'm gonna need my A game.
Absolutely. DrinkAgame.com.
Can you mix it with vodka?
Hey, of course you can. I was thinking about everybody, not just the athletes.
Hey, listen. So JP, when he first heard you were coming on, I'll be honest with you, he's talked a lot about your baseball career.
Johnny Damon was one of my favorite players.
That's second. He wanted to know about Below Deck.
I do. I really do.
Oh, Below Deck was very fun. I mean, they keep asking for us to come back on.
You guys were awesome on it.
Yeah, well, we have 8 kids, and we have to juggle everything in our life. I've been working my tail off for A game, and so yeah, we will try to make it back, and we're trying to figure out what friends to take on, like who's going to take all the
B Mitch and I are available
and hype. All right, so as long as you guys go on and act like fools, I can relax.
Well, you know what? We got that down pat. That's our everyday thing. We do that for 4 hours a day.
So we do have a below deck question, and maybe this wouldn't be for you. but like,
Yeah.
so I watch it. I'm a below deck dork. I own it.
Yeah. Okay.
The tips people leave are so significant. And
Yes.
B thinks that it's fake, that the TV show gives them the money to tip the people. I don't think it is. I don't know what you're allowed to say, but I'm curious what the deal is.
Yeah. So my wife and I and our friends, we all say we're going to give $5,000 minimum per couple at the very end. But it's TV. They can make it look like this person didn't tip a lot, this person. But for the most part, everyone's putting aside $5,000 per couple. So there's 4 couples. So there's $20,000 that I would say is always going. And we look at them as waitresses and servers, so no tip. Okay, so you don't have to pay taxes on tips. So just to let everyone know.
Yeah. It's dude, you were really good on it. I mean, I remember going to this same little dive bar. You remember that bar, Uncle Jed's Roadhouse, that used to be in Bethesda, right by the old TV station? B. We used to go there watching every game of that ALCS, Red Sox Yankees, and I remember just that whole series, and it was just so incredible. You seriously changed a generation of baseball fans, man, and I appreciate you coming on the show.
It was absolutely amazing, and we had a great time. And as I mentioned, our team is a family forever, and I've been fortunate to play for so many great managers out there, and so many great teammates. So it was definitely a great 18-year run for me.
All right. Well, other than A game, I'm gonna have me some beer in my my cooler as we ride from Dewey. We can ride from DC to Dewey Beach, so we're gonna have A game and beer.
There you go.
All right, I'm going to be there in October. I know Sugar Ray Leonard Jr. is putting on this golf tournament for women's empowerment, and A game is going to be a big sponsor. And as I mentioned, go off to your Giant and check out A game. And at least, guys, it's great tasting. So you get everything you need, and it's great tasting, unlike the other brands out there. But guys, thank you for having me.
Appreciate it,
Thank
Johnny.
you. We
Take
should
care,
try
brother.
to do the show from the golf tournament. We'll stay on top of that. Thank you, Johnny.
Take care.
Hi, bro.
Johnny Damon. How about that? That was awesome. Nobody go anywhere.
You ride. What it feels like.
If you missed any of that Johnny Damon interview, it was awesome. How do we, Odyssey app?
Yeah.
Rewind. Just fly around the earth real fast like Superman. Whatever it takes, you should check it out.
Fly backwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Run your car in reverse, see if the odometer goes back. I wanted to
really
mention
do
something. You're not familiar with that?
That don't happen, though.
No, it works.
It doesn't.
You never saw Ferris Bueller's Day Off?
Yeah, Ferris Bueller's Day Off is a movie.
Well, it also didn't work at Ferris Bueller. I think this is a tremendous reference point. Obviously, we're familiar with James Joyce and Ernest Hemingway, right?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, Joyce and Hemingway did a certain amount of drinking together. The author of Ulysses was a thin, wispy, and unmuscled man with defective eyesight. When they were making the rounds of the cafes and Mr. Joyce became embroiled with a brawler, as he frequently did, he would slip behind his hefty companion and cry, "Deal with him, Hemingway, deal with him." To which, for everybody that blasts Twitter or X or social media, you don't get gems like this. This is from Spencer Hall. He said, "This is every 6-6 SEC team's fans with Georgia." Like, nobody loves just pointing at the good teams. I'm a Maryland guy.
Yeah.
Big Ten forever, right?
Huh?
Michigan is good. You know what I mean? Like, it's just so silly. Jeff, do you have SEC coming back up? When is football rocking up in the Southland?
I think they're already back, JP.
Oh, my bad. Are we not all in again?
Nah, I don't know what's going on in Sirius right now. We're all in a world of confusion.
Right. Well, if anybody's paying attention, get Jeff back over there. He does a good job.
Yeah, he does.
And I
Sometimes.
think Jeff does a good job. Jeff fixed the stream, apparently. All the people in the stream.
I always mess with Jeff.
All the people in the stream are giving you
Jeff
love,
is like
Jeff.
the little brother that I never had.
Guess what I'm doing tonight?
What's that?
Going to the tennis tournament.
I'm supposed to be going tonight, too.
Are you? All right.
To with Mark.
I'm going with Danny.
I'm supposed to be going with Mark.
Well, I'll see you there. It's fun, man. Have you never been?
Well, I'm waiting on my tickets to pop up. Tim, you listening?
Oh. So right now we need Sirius to be listening, Tim to be listening. There's a lot to be listening. Yesterday, trade deadline, people trying to figure out winners, losers. I don't think you can really figure that out because some of the biggest winners can be the teams that got these prospects for down the road. There's like the immediacy of it. And then there is, what does it mean 2 years, 5 years from now? To help us kind of make sense of what's going on with the Nats, what's going on with yesterday's a football score. That was the score from yesterday afternoon's Nats game is like a really good defensive team doesn't have their quarterback, but plays a bad team and they win 17-0. They shut you out. And the backup quarterback does just enough. The running back grinds out 85 yards, 2 touchdowns, and it's over. And
Everybody
they get
start feeling much better about themselves.
Yeah, but nobody. I honestly think Mark Zuckerman has covered every pitch of the Nationals franchise. Nobody has the seniority Mark Zuckerman has when it comes to covering the Washington Nationals. Zuck joins us next from Phoenix, I believe. Nobody go anywhere.
seen before it all, there are decisions to be made. Make the right ones. Slow down, drive sober, and buckle up, Virginia. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
$8.55.
High noon in the District of Columbia, and we are excited to get to the BetQL guest line and talk to our friend, Mr. Mark Zuckerman from Massive
Zuck.
Sports. Zuck, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, guys. How's it going back home?
Good.
It's good, dude.
How hot is it there?
I think it was 109 yesterday, B. Mitch.
Damn, dude.
But it's dry.
Hey,
It's dry.
like they always say, well, but it's dry. 109 is a damn oven. And I've never heard anybody say an oven is cool.
No, but I deal with it. I grew up here, so I'm used to it. I don't mind it.
I mean, that said, it is 87 here with
How does it feel?
64% humidity.
Mm.
So it's not that far. I mean, so right now it says it feels like 92. So let's say it's 105 out there or something.
Yeah.
You lived in both. You've lived here a long time now. You grew up out there. What is hotter, the desert or DC summers?
Well, I mean, B. Mitch is right. 109 is ridiculous. But what I will say is the difference to me is people out here, they don't go outside during the day when it's that hot unless they absolutely have to. And I feel like back in DC, people just go about their day. They go to ball games in the afternoon. They walk around town as if it was no big deal. That's what I've never understood. It's really disgusting out there. Why would you subject yourself to that if you don't have to? Here, you only step outside if you're getting into your air-conditioned car or going to the pool or something like that. So I think they actually let it affect their lives here more than back on the East Coast.
That's all right. Interesting stuff. Speaking of interesting stuff, the trade deadline has come and gone. Kyle Finnegan is still a Washington National. What do you know about the decision to not make a move there?
So that to me was always going to be the most interesting of them because he's under contract for another year. Because this is a team that I think internally believes that they're going to be ready to try to win next season. And you've got an all-star closer already in-house who you can bring back for next year. And if you trade him, then you have to go find somebody else to do that job. And that either is going to cost a lot of money as a free agent, or you're going to have to give up prospects to trade for somebody else because they don't have anybody else in-house. So I always felt like that was a compelling reason for them to keep him. Now, that said, the market for relievers was insane this year. You had teams giving up a ton of top prospects for late inning relievers. And so I think Mike Rizzo decided, here's what I think Kyle Finnegan is worth based on what the other guys have gotten. If anybody's willing to meet this price, I'll trade him. It turns out, at least in his mind, that nobody did meet that price. Sadly, we won't ever know what he was actually offered because that's not something he's going to reveal. Mm-hmm. But I think in the end, he valued Kyle Finnegan being the closer for this team for another year more than any other team would have offered for him in a trade package.
What does that do for the clubhouse? Like getting through the deadline, obviously losing Lane Thomas, and I want to ask you about that trade, but getting through the deadline and seeing whether it's real or it's spin, you can spin it as we wanted to keep this thing together to build up for next year. What does that do for like camaraderie? Yeah,
I think the Finnegan move was big for morale in the clubhouse. The Lane Thomas one hurt. The Hunter Harvey trade hurt. It was a pretty down clubhouse the previous day when Lane was traded. Very popular guy in the clubhouse. Same contract situation as Finnegan. Had they also traded Finnegan, I think there would have been a sense among a lot of guys in there as if to say, like, man, maybe we aren't anywhere close to winning. If they're still in this mode where they're just trading away anybody who has value to other teams, even the guys who aren't on expiring contracts, I think they understand the ones who are going to be free agents that aren't a part of the plan for next year. You do that. But to be trading away, that would have been three guys, important guys who are under contract for next season too. I don't think that would have sat well with a lot in the clubhouse. So at least keeping the one in Finnegan, I think helps, a little bit of a morale boost for them. As tough as things have been here lately, and last night was awful, the game itself, I do think most of the younger players, the ones who know they're going to be a part of this thing moving forward, there is still optimism about next year. They just know they've still got some things they need to do.
How do they approach the rest of this season? I know you trade, you come to the trade deadline, you get rid of some people that were, like you said, very popular, important, and good. But now you come back, you bring everybody together, and you say what?
Well, I'll tell you what, Davey Martinez has always been really good at this. Whatever you think of him as an in-game manager, his ability to get guys to be motivated, to play hard for them, to focus on just trying to win that day's game. I've seen this across now, 7 seasons with all kinds of different types of teams and personnel. So I don't think that's going to be a problem for them. I think they will be motivated. I think they're going to play hard. Like I said, last night was a disaster, 17-0. They're going to show up today and play hard and try to win a game and come home on a 3-3 road trip. So I think that's fine. Now, there's a little bit more of a shift, I think, the next 2 months to, okay, we're evaluating now who's going to be a part of this next year or not. Obviously, a lot of attention on James Wood, how he does in these last 2 months. C.J. Abrams, can he keep doing what he's done for most of the season? Can Keibert Ruiz and Luis Garcia continue to swing better than they did in the first half? The young pitchers, how do they hold up? Can they get through this season and finish strong and set themselves up for next year? And then I think the big one, and it's not going to happen yet, but I do believe before the season's over, we're going to see Dylan Cruz in the big leagues, last year's number 2 overall pick. And that'll be a big boost to see him. And that ties in with the Lane Thomas trade. With Finnegan, they had no closer in waiting. In trading Thomas, they knew deep down they have another top outfielder that's almost ready to come to the big leagues. And I think that helped allow them to be a little more comfortable to make that trade, knowing that before long, Dylan Cruz is going to be the guy out there.
Well, and one thing I always like about Davey, and we speak incredibly highly of Rizzo on our program, but Davey deserves credit too. I feel like even in these down years, they usually have a surge when you're not expecting it in mid-August or something, where they win 6 or 7. And I don't think I think he's the type of skip that doesn't let the locker room doesn't get lost, and I don't think it will. But what you're saying makes a lot of sense. The only thing that confused me with the Finnegan thing is if you're going to trade Harvey, like, shouldn't you then trade the closer too? If you're going to trade the setup guy, or is there somebody that can step in for Harvey?
Well, yeah. I mean, there are a few. It's not nobody to that extent, but they're using Derek Law in that spot. Robert Garcia has done a nice job, and they want to get a better look at him. I mean, Davey actually said yesterday that it's time for Tanner Rainey to start pitching in high leverage spots again. He wound up pitching the 8th inning of I think at the time it was a 14-0 game, made it a 17-0 game. So I don't know about that high leverage.
That's not high leverage, right?
For him, yeah. But I get what you're saying, JP. Here's the thing, though. We've seen over the years how much they have struggled at times to assemble a good bullpen, and that's especially during the years when the team was really good. So if you trade Finnegan, and they also trade Dylan Floro yesterday, who was a really good setup man, you're starting from scratch. And what do you have left? And I think at some point, I heard both sides of that argument. When they traded Harvey, they said, oh, well, that definitely means they're going to trade Finnegan. But I also heard the argument that, well, you can trade one of the two, but you got to keep one of them because you need somebody still here to pitch late innings both this year and next year. So I think it kind of went both ways.
Okay, I can see that. You mentioned something earlier that I wanted to circle back on because I feel like we talked about this in April. Has there been any movement on the C.J. Abrams extension?
Nothing that I've heard of lately. I think there were some talks early in the year, maybe even spring training or early in the season, and whatever reason, it just never amounted to a whole lot. I was thinking all along that was something to pay attention to. And here's the key, and I remember thinking it, and maybe even said it to you guys or somebody else at the time. Bobby Witt Jr. of the Royals has had a very similar career arc, just 1 year ahead of CJ. And what CJ is doing this year is pretty comparable to what Witt did last year. And then he signed a huge extension with Kansas City in the off season. I think it goes up to like $300 million if he hits all the different markers on it. So that could be now, that's a baseline that maybe CJ and his agency could look for at the end of the season if he finishes strong. So that was, to me, thinking, boy, if you're the Nationals, try to get him before he has that big breakthrough season, because maybe you get him on something less. Now, maybe CJ, his agency says, hang on a second, we know how good he is. We know how these markets work. Let's wait this out because it's going to pay off in the end. That's probably the advice he got, and I can't blame them for taking that approach. But the price only goes up. And if he does finish the season strong and puts up, obviously he had an all-star first half, and if he can do something similar in the second half, that price tag is going to be gargantuan. And look at what Bobby Witt has done this year. He might be the MVP in the American.
Right. Talking with Mark Zuckerman here on the BetQL guest line. You can give him a follow at Mark Zuckerman, Zuckerman. Notice that it's Zuckerman, not Zuckerberg, and he did not invent Facebook. Mark,
stop texting him.
Yeah, stop giving him a hard time about it. You still getting those, or are people finally moving on?
It's kind of cooled off. I've just given the state of Twitter these days, or X, whatever it's called. I kind of ignore it because not worth getting into fights with trolls these days.
Sure. Well, you don't even know. I think half the time you start fighting with a troll, it's an actual AI-powered robot. And then it's like, who's the loser there when you're arguing with a robot? What did you think of the haul they got for Lane? Because from everything I've read, the pitcher they got could be a legit top 1-2 rotation guy. Now he's young, but it seems like they got a lot for a kind of a platoon bat.
Well, yeah. So what was interesting to me there is there was always this question of, do other teams view Lane Thomas the same way the Nationals did, as an everyday player who hits near the top of the lineup? And if they didn't, I don't think Rizzo makes that trade. Kind of like with Finnegan, if other teams aren't valuing him the same way that you do, then you don't make that move. Now, Cleveland clearly said, yes, we do believe he is. And the evidence of that fact is in his debut yesterday, he started in right field and batted second for them.
Wow.
So they see him as an important piece of a team that's already really good.
Real good.
And they gave up a lot. Yes. Now, the tougher thing for me to swallow for that is you are talking about a 19-year-old pitcher just drafted last year, Alex Clemmie. High ceiling, of course. They seem to love him. Probably out of everybody they got in all the trades over the last couple of weeks, he seems to be the one that they're most excited about, and rightfully so. But you're a 19-year-old pitcher, and who knows what happens between now and the time that maybe you reach the big leagues. There's so many things that can go right and so many things that can go wrong with young pitchers like that. So I get it, but there's more risk involved there. And part of me felt like, boy, if they could have gotten somebody who is closer to big league ready, somebody who's already at AA or AAA or even had a little bit of big league experience, that might soften the blow of losing a guy like Lane Thomas. It's going to be years until we know how this one worked out. I think they got 3 guys and 2 of them are 19 years old.
Right.
So that's going to take a long time to figure out. But I get it. He was very highly touted, the best prospect out of any of the trades that they got, and maybe he does someday develop into it. But in theory, by the time he's ready to help this team, they're hopefully already a playoff contending team again several years into that process before he even reaches the big leagues.
Let's zoom out from just the Nats here. It was a super active trade deadline. I'm curious if this is arguably the most active. What teams that are chasing a pennant, chasing a World Series title got a lot better?
It's been so hard to keep track of because it was happening fast and furious yesterday, and I'm
Sure.
trying to focus on what are the Nats doing. But locally, I think everybody was fascinated to see what the Orioles were going to do. Clearly, they are in win now mode, and they had some specific needs. They went out and got a starting pitcher we've seen with the Marlins and Trevor Rogers. He's okay. I don't know that he's like frontline guy who's going to help you win a World Series. He can help pitch at the back of rotation. So I thought that maybe they could have shot a little bigger on that. Although I think the top starting pitchers who were available, guys like Jack Flaherty, there were questions about him, and the Orioles have had him before and didn't go well. So I understand that. I think a lot of people were surprised they gave up Connor Norby, who has a lot of promise. Maybe would have been blocked in Baltimore, but that's a lot to give up. So I'm interested to see how that all plays out for them. San Diego is a team, their GM Preller is all in all the time. I mean, the Soto trade, then trades him to New
Always,
York,
right.
and he's right back in it, trying to win again, and traded for 2 big late inning relievers. And they're just shooting for a wild card berth. They're not catching the Dodgers in the NL West. So that's kind of like a go for broke. Everybody's fascinated to see how does that work out for them. I give them credit. Somehow they still have the prospect capital to make these kind of trades in spite of, it seems like, trading them all away every single year. So good for them for that. And otherwise, I would just say, I think the thing that most people yesterday were just kind of agape at was that the Marlins completely decimated their roster. Wow. They gave up everybody they have. And I get it. You're the Marlins. You got a long way to go. I don't even know how they feel with the team last night, given how much they traded. Now, they got a lot of young talent. Maybe it pays off 3-4 years down the road. But, boy, for a team that a couple years ago actually looked like they had something going and made the playoffs, they are kind of a complete mess right now. And the last one I'll say, props to Eric Fetty, the former National. He went to Korea, won their Cy Young Award, got a 2-year deal with the White Sox, pitched really well for a terrible White Sox team, and he became a prime target at the trade deadline. Now he's a Cardinal who's going to try to help make a team get into the playoffs. So good for him.
Yeah. Mark, B and I have talked about this a bunch. The All-Star game was awesome. The excitement of Skeens is awesome. This feels like I know for you because you live it and it never leaves, but for Brian and I, like our life kind of revolves sports wise around football. This feels like a big baseball is back kind of summer.
I hope so. I do. And it's funny how a guy like Skeens can help make that possible because baseball's not an individual sport the way that others are. And as much as they want to try to tout individual stars, it's still a team game. There's only so much you can do. Unlike all the other sports, you can't pick your best player and say, okay, you're up at bat in the bottom of the ninth with the game on the line. Nope. It just depends on where his spot in the lineup is. You can't manufacture that. The starting pitcher can only go every 5 days. So I'm glad to see it. I'm glad that number one, Skeens is doing well and that the Pirates are doing well. It would be great for the sport if they're in a pennant race and he's pitching for them at that point. I think the last few postseasons have been a lot of fun with more teams in it. The wild card round has been a lot of fun. I know last year's World Series wasn't all that exciting when it was Texas versus Arizona, kind of surprises. Maybe we'll get some bigger name teams in it this time, but I think it is a pretty good time for baseball. And as much as it gets knocked on, the sport is not dying. Attendance has been way up. There are a ton of young stars in the game.
Totally.
There's more parity than I think people realize. More teams make it. More teams have a chance than ever before. And, hopefully that shows up here and the casual fans pick up on that.
I tell you, watching the home run derby, you saw they're in good hands. Believe me.
Well, I hope so.
Yes.
And I think the rule changes. I understand that a lot of kind of baseball purists are upset by them. I think it's the smartest rule changes any league has made in a really long time.
There are very few complaints about the pitch clock at this point. Anybody who was upset, they've moved on. That I think just about everybody agrees it's been good for the game.
It's so much better for the game. Just taking kids to a game and those last few innings, not taking 90 minutes on their own with all the pitching changes and then the mound visits and everything else. It's really worked in my opinion. Mark, thank you very much. I hope the Nats don't post a football score today.
Well, we'll keep track because the Commanders come out here to play the Cardinals this year, right?
That's
so
true.
17-0 is the bar they've got to cross. If they can do better than that, then they win.
Let's hope they can score more at least then.
Yeah.
Thank you, Zuck. Appreciate you, buddy.
Zuck, take care, buddy.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Mark Zuckerman, Masson Sports. Give him a follow at Mark Zuckerman. We got some news out of Ashburn. They just signed a receiver. Tell you who it is next.
All right, welcome back. B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I want to remind you all our training camp coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
If you missed any of our interview with Mark Zuckerman, get on the Odyssey app, hit rewind, and remember all
Zuckerberg.
of our baseball coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan against AT&T and Verizon. Check out the savings calculator at, take my time here, T-Mobile.com/switch. Speaking of taking time, B, sometimes you got to take time, right?
Mm-hmm.
We got to figure out what this means, and I'm not even doing a bit. The Commanders have signed a wide receiver.
And how many people, when he said that on the tees, immediately started thinking what we've been talking about all offseason?
Does Jeff think I meant Brandon Ayuk?
Nah, Jeff don't think that.
Never know.
Do I think you met Brandon Ayuk?
I meant Brandon Ayuk when I said that they've signed a wide receiver.
No.
Okay, good.
I know who they signed. So
attaboy. Byron Pringle is coming back to town.
Okay.
Pringle last season didn't have a monster year or anything, but he was a decent player for him. Trying to pull up.
He can return punts too.
And he can return kicks.
Kicks as well.
Pringle finished the season with 14 catches for 160 yards. He had 7 first downs. He did have 9 kick returns, along over 40 yards. He didn't get many of them, but they also, this kind of tells you a lot about these numbers are like hard to kind of process, but it tells you why they've changed kick rules. The Commanders last season only returned 24 kicks.
Oh, wow.
Because every kicker just boots it out of the back of the end zone. There's just not many kicks being returned. Pringle comes to town, B, and maybe it's about kick returns, maybe. But they can't make that move. And I know Byron's agents pretty well, the Katz brothers. They tweeted this out. I missed it earlier, but it happened this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Washington has not made a corresponding roster move.
Do they have to?
What's that?
Did they not already have one missing or something like that?
I believe they were at 90.
Okay.
Could be wrong, but I believe they were at 90. And that's the immediate question is like, all right, well, if you want this dude, who else you got? Or who you releasing? Or who was hurt? It's only 1 week, but there haven't been injuries largely. Now, guys might tweak something. I know Andrew Wiley said he had tightness. But, look at this, B. I'm on commanders.com. And you know how they have the little tabs at the top of the page?
Mm-hmm.
So the first one, season tickets. The second one, training camp. What do you think the third tab is on commanders.com?
You're signing him?
Tunnel Club.
Oh, Lord.
But if you look at the roster Washington has, it's 90 guys. So it's going to have a lot of guys on there that aren't going to make the roster, right? And we can probably run through the numbers, get you close to 45 of your final 53. There are obviously going to be some positions some decisions to make that will surprise us. But if you go specific to wideout, I think this is a move. They don't have that much size, perhaps, and I think, what do they list Pringle at? I don't know that he's
like 6 feet, 6'1".
Yeah, and he was kind of a speed guy. Dan Quinn actually talked the other day about how he found De'Ami Brown's speed quite impressive. Pringle's listed 6'1", 203. So I don't think that qualifies as like, oh, we needed a big guy, right? Honestly, if they're looking for a big guy, the guy that's looked best in camp might be the second-year undrafted guy, Bryson Tremaine, who is a big guy. But they have enough size at the tight end spot that I don't know that they're desperate for like a big red zone target. If we're just talking wideouts, They currently have a bunch of them on the roster.
Yep.
Kaz Allen, who DQ just mentioned as somebody that's impressed him in the return game, the kick return game. De'Ami Brown, we all know going into the last year of a rookie deal, former third-round pick. Demarier Bird, who is, he's been around a while, former South Carolina Gamecock. Crowder, Davion Davis, Jahan Dotson, Luke McCaffrey, a guy they just drafted in the third round.
Mhm.
Terry McLaurin, I think he's on the team.
Yeah, I think he's okay.
Dax Milne, who frankly I don't think is on the team, but he's made it before. Marcus Rosemy-Jack
Different decision makers.
Sure. Rosemy-Jack Saints, the undrafted guy out of Georgia that I've been pretty impressed by. Mitch Tinsley is going into
I think you like his name.
He's pretty good, and he's got a really wide base with his shoulders.
What
Tinsley's
does that mean?
like when he gets square to the quarterback and makes himself a target, it's like a really wide target base,
Okay.
which I think makes it more difficult for defenders to get
Around him?
Yeah. Tinsley was kind of the fun rookie story last year. Made the team, undrafted guy out of Penn State. Then you've got Tremaine, who spent time on the practice squad. He's legitimately bigger than the rest of these dudes. He's 6'4", 215. He had a good day yesterday. Then you've also got Zacchaeus, who has real pro experience. I think Zacchaeus is on the roster because these guys signed him. Typically, you're keeping 6 wideouts. So we can name, let's obviously McLaurin, Dotson, McCaffrey, right?
McLaurin, Dotson, McCaffrey.
I would then go.
I still lean towards Crowder at this point.
Crowder, Zacchaeus, Brown. That's just 6. I don't know. It's too early, and often injuries are going to dictate what ends up happening anyway.
It will, but I think when Dan talks and he gives people credit after a practice, doesn't necessarily mean that they are light years ahead of anybody else. They probably impressed that day. I don't necessarily think everybody he said something good about is going to make the squad.
I agree with that. Also, sometimes when you're saying something good about a guy, it's to get somebody else's attention.
Bam. I'm serious because Kaz has to get more consistent. And I think there are a lot of people out there who would love Kaz if he's more consistent. But that consistency is going to come from him doing more work. Not a coach saying it, not people thinking it. He's going to have to start producing like he did in college.
Yeah, and he was highly productive then.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just curious why they're making the move, because I just wouldn't think, if they didn't have a guy like Zacchaeus, who's an established NFL player, been on enough rosters, has had, I think he's had a season of 600 yards receiving. If they just wanted to have another dependable pro in their camp,
mm-hmm.
I could get that with the Pringle signing. I'm curious if something else happened that we're unaware of that we'll be made aware of probably tomorrow morning when we're back in Ashburn. Or if there's just an injury somewhere else and they like Pringle and we're trying to find a roster spot.
Yeah.
You don't want to read too much about 90-man rosters. I understand that. But all of these moves tend to happen for a reason somewhere else. And much like DQ talks about one guy, but he really is saying something to someone else. I'm curious if this Pringle move
putting pressure on some other folks
is actually saying something to somebody else.
Could be.
I don't know that. Dude, if you look at I wonder if the receiver group has just really underwhelmed them. And that's why you at least want to bring somebody in that can maybe just increase the competition right now.
Hey, he's been talking about competition since he got the job. And if that becomes the mantra of this team, I'm cool with that. Because I know when you have competition, legitimate competition, the best of the best come out. A lot of people don't have what Jaden Daniels has. I'm going to compete no matter what the hell is going on. A lot of people don't do that. But when you are forced to compete, either you show your best or you show you're not good enough.
I'm looking at this list. Now, this is from a couple days ago, so I'm not sure exactly how accurate it is. But, like, if you're looking at the best remaining wide receiver free agents, is not a vaunted group out there. Is Michael Thomas from the Saints still available? Is that accurate?
Is he?
I wonder if that's a different Michael Thomas. Hunter Renfrow, who had some good years with the Raiders and then just kind of fell off. Hell, you could sign Julio Jones.
Hunter can route you to death, man.
Martavius Bryant has elite speed, but also appears to be slightly nuts. I don't know that you want to sign this dude, but he's got a legit A1 name. You
Who's
ready?
that?
Robbie Chosen. Goes deep to Chosen. Touchdown.
Chosen.
Russell Gage, Corey Davis was a former first rounder. So unless you're trying to bring in Julio Jones for just a reunion tour, I can understand why Pringle's the guy. He's familiar with honestly, how familiar is he with any of it?
Ooh.
It's all new. I guess Bobby Ingram's still there, though.
Bobby's still there.
Bobby was there last year. That could
Yeah.
be the exact reason it's Pringle instead of somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
Like, who do you know out there that knows what you're teaching and that you like? Hey, Pringle,
Right.
get him.
Right. All right, nobody go anywhere. I saw potentially psychotic behavior this morning on the streets of Washington, D.C. I need a ruling on that. Plus, Denton Day joins the program at 1 o'clock. He's going to get us all
About
rich.
you.
So buckle up for that.
Buckle up.
One more quick question on the Pringle thing.
All right.
Do you think it is because they're unhappy with the current receiver group, or that there's an injury somewhere that we're unaware of?
It could be an injury. One thing I also know.
Which way do you lean?
I think people always are looking. Like the thing that Dan keeps talking about is he tries stuff, and they'll try things out and see if it works or it doesn't work. Maybe they're like, let's see if somebody else could come up here and give us a better look or a better opportunity. So,
Landfill Pringle signing, is that not thrilled with the receiver room, or somebody's injured, they just need a body?
It could be both, really. I mean, that receiver room, other than Terry, isn't really much.
Agreed. I was early on the I'm not sure about this receiver group, and people were getting mad at me because I was underestimating De'Ami Brown or Luke McCaffrey, guys with zero track record of proving it in the NFL.
I don't think we know that at this point about this receiver group until the season starts. What if it starts and Jahan plays like he did in his first season, and Luke tears it up, or somebody else? We don't know.
Sure, we don't know. But I said going into it, I worry about the depth. Jeffrey?
One thing that I would bet very strongly on about this wide receiver group is that De'Ami Brown isn't going to be a part of it because they gave away his number.
We shall see.
Hey, and it looks like if you look at practice, seems like Mikey going to be wearing number 2.
They gave his number to a second-round pick.
Mikey
that plays like he's
Mikey
a first-round pick.
2 back.
Second-round picks make the team. If they give that guy the number, you're in trouble.
Oh, boy.
Mikey ain't giving 2 back.
It's
Maybe
like
De'Ami's switching.
Yeah, it's like if you walk into your office and your key card doesn't work. Like, bro, that's an ominous sign.
Right. Like if you had a parking spot, like this spot is reserved for Jeff Walker, and then you show up one day and this spot is reserved for Jim Mullins, bad sign.
Not a good sign.
Jeff, what's up with the Pringle signing?
I hope and pray it's just competition because I don't want no one to be injured at all. I'm tired of that being even though I know it will come with football because it is a physical sport. I just don't want that to hurt us, this season. Like if we could stay healthy or predominantly healthy, I want us to do that. So I'm just going to go on a limb and say it's for more competition and see who's going to get another spot.
Okay. Remember when they gave Tressway's number away? Like there was multiple videos about like what an experience this was, and there was a handoff. They didn't just assign him Tressway's number 2, because if they do that, if they just assign your number to another guy, you're in trouble. Or the other guy is.
You know what? You're making a lot of sense with that.
And the second round pick is not getting cut.
That's why he's got a
Yeah,
PhD
you
in
just
BSology.
made a lot of sense with that one, brother.
All right. Landfill's spitting facts. Now, this morning, I mentioned earlier this morning, I had a discombobulated morning. I had to hustle Shelby to the doctor. Then for me to get downtown in time, I had to meet my wife kind of halfway between the doctor and home. So it's just discombobulated. I haven't had like my allergy medicines today. Like there's a lot of things I didn't get to do that are normally part of my morning routine. Part of that is eat a little something. I'm not a big eater in the morning, but once I realized, okay, I got no food at the office. I got no food here. I haven't been here, and I wasn't able to pack anything this morning. And I don't know what the hell the day's going to be like. There's this bagel place on Wisconsin Avenue that I had seen before, and in my head wanted to stop and never had.
Okay.
So I checked the time. I was good on time. Okay, I'm going to try this bagel place. It's a food truck. So ideally, you pull up, takes 2 seconds, no problem. I pull up. There was a lady kind of wrapping up her order. This lady got like 15 bagels. It was kind of astonishing, but whatever. Good for her. And then there was a dude in front of me. And so the lady pays, settles everything up. And then the dude's in front of me, and I get to hear his order because I'm behind him in line.
Uh-huh.
Tell me what you make of this order. You ever heard of this?
Right.
He got a bacon, egg, and cheese. Delicious.
Hey.
On a cinnamon raisin bagel.
Nothing wrong with that.
It's weird. Is that something you'd ever consider?
I don't really like eat raisins, so I probably wouldn't get it.
That's not weird.
No,
you don't think that's
but
weird?
It's not weird because it's like getting another bagel that may have some cinnamon stuff on
Or
it.
McGriddle.
Eating it. A bacon McGriddle and all
McGriddle?
that. Yeah. So I don't see that as being weird.
Landfill, you're on a hot streak.
I don't think it's that weird.
Okay.
I agree with the McGriddle take.
It's relatively McGriddle-ish.
Yeah.
And for the raisin discussion that always seems to pop up.
What color was he?
Not white.
Okay, what was he black?
Yes.
Was he?
Yeah.
Or was he something else?
You know what? I know what it is.
I'm pretty sure he's black, dude.
JP was like, they don't like raisins in their potato salad.
So
I know they don't like raisins in their
But this
I
dude
just
loves
thought-
something else.
I just, when he said bacon, egg, and cheese, I was like, hell yeah. And then he said on a cinnamon raisin. I was like, damn.
Because like some people
Threw me
like
for a loop.
some people like a little sweeter taste when they're eating like eggs and
I
sausage.
love McGriddles.
Like, you know, if you eating like some pancakes, you got an egg, you got bacon and eggs.
I like
or
to dip
sausage
my
egg,
sausage
Will
in the
you
syrup.
not let it hit the syrup?
I'm into it.
Okay, same thing.
But cinnamon raisin isn't necessarily like
and you gotta
syrupy.
stop putting sausage in syrup, dog.
I like sausage and syrup. I will pour it on there. You know, in college, when I was very, very poor, my go-to,
You're not getting it.
I get it. When I didn't have money to get pizza or Chinese food or some late night food, I would come home, microwave 2 hot dogs, and then cover them in maple syrup and ketchup. That was my late night meal. What do you think of that, B?
That's repulsive.
You say do what?
Yeah, you heard me.
Do that again. Cinnamon rolls and what?
No. Hot dogs
Hot dogs.
in the microwave, and then maple syrup and ketchup.
That's pathetic. That's just horrible.
That is psychotic behavior.
See,
Not what you was talking about, but
that's weird, dog.
We gotta lock you up, bro.
You
But
sitting
you
there
just put 'em on a
trying to
stove?
ask us about a man eating something that's relatively common.
It's
so
not
you
common.
eat neck wrap?
No, all right. I'm not. Maybe he's not a psycho.
All right,
but
let me ask you a
a
question.
bacon, egg, and cheese on a cinnamon raisin bagel is not
All
common.
right. If you
Have
think,
you ever seen anyone do that?
if
yes, even with cinnamon raisin bread.
if you think what the guy ordered is weird, more weird than JP with the syrup and damn ketchup.
I was drunk and in college. I feel like the context matters.
You don't know if he wasn't drunk. He could be in
I
college.
He was
don't
well
care how
dressed.
drunk
He
I
could be
get.
well dressed and messed up, but he like
I don't
I
care
don't
how
think I
drunk.
ever mixed no damn ketchup and man.
Ketchup and syrup is crazy.
Syrup. That's
Bacon,
weird.
egg, and cheese on cinnamon raisin is unusual, but it's normal enough.
Okay.
What you did is
unusual. Sounds fair.
what you did is
Diabolical.
deviant behavior.
Yeah. Dude, who warms up hot dogs in a microwave?
Bro,
Cook
JP?
them.
I'd had 40 Bush Lights at that point. Like, it was a different time of my life, Jeff.
Oh man, Bush Light, but you take me back to college for sure there.
Denton Day joins us next.
people going.
It gets the people going.
Denton
Yes,
Day
it
joins
does.
us now. Denton hosts, I think, a show on Sirius College Football.
Yeah, college football overtime.
All right, cool. Well, last time I said it, I was incorrect. So at least this time I was right. You can follow him at the Denton Day. He's the College Sports Insider's insider. We have Denton on all the time to talk college football. You also do plenty with the Commanders. I think I saw you out there, right?
You
Did you come
gambling?
to training camp?
I'll be there Sunday.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be there Sunday.
It's Kids Day.
Well, that's why he's coming.
Yeah, perfect time to be there. Yeah.
Well, let's
Jeff,
do
Jeff should be
a
there,
little
too.
Commanders. Just how excited are you? What do you think is going on with them? What have your takeaways been from camp?
Well,
before we
see,
get
you
to all
guys
those
know
winners?
I've been excited about Jaden Daniels. You're not going to learn, I don't think, a ton, just from some of the stuff. Although I heard he had a good day yesterday. I've been really curious though about the use of Jordan McGee. It seems like they really like him, and they're using
Tremendously.
him a lot more than I kind of anticipated, just based on where he was drafted and Jamin. So I'm curious as to how that's going to work. What Jamin is actually going to do. And then Dan Quinn seems to really like Mikey Sanders still, which is not surprising, but the idea of using him in the special teams potentially is something that's very intriguing to me. I mean, you guys know this team has not had a really adequate returner since Brian Mitchell. So if you can get a guy, they've had a few, but not great.
Who?
Like
Tanner?
Yeah, but that was
but he
that
was
was
his
always just
spot.
situation.
You want
Yeah,
me
he
to go
was
farther
fine.
back? I mean, after Tanner, you had a little bitty man. Brandon Banks was good.
That's true. Brandon Banks was there
Damn
for a
good.
couple of years.
Rock was good.
No, not like you were. And I don't mean any disrespect to those guys.
But it's,
Tanner was a great player, but he didn't do it very often.
we don't have everybody as good as Michael Jordan, but we got damn good basketball players, though, right?
All right, now you're skewing the conversation.
I'm just saying.
I think a lot of it will hinge on Jaden.
Yeah.
I think Jaden had his best practice yesterday. It's gonna be interesting. Now, what else will be interesting is if you make us rich on college football picks. Now, Denton is clearly feeling himself,
A little bit.
because he just tweeted. Well, should I start with the text
Don't do
you
that
sent
in the
me
public,
last
then
night?
people think you're
Yeah,
weird.
you can read the text as much as the FCC will allow you to read
So
the text.
Denton tweeted out 11 minutes ago, giving out a ton of college football winners on B. Mitch and Finley at 1:00. Guaranteed money to be made.
Wait, don't do it until I get to
All
copy
right,
all
so
this.
clearly Denton is feeling himself. Last night, he texted me at 4:08 p.m. We'll have a bleep ton of winners tomorrow. So, Denton,
I would
at long
also
last,
giveaway idea for you guys if they can guess what the bleep actually was, because it was not what you think. All right, so which do you have a conference that you want me to start? I got winners from all the Power 4 conferences and a couple Heisman winners, a couple Natty champion. There are more long shots on the national championship stuff, just because I don't believe.
I'm gonna write all this down, see how good you are.
no,
Then-
B, I'm going to save you a step. We're just going to have him text us.
Yeah,
on
I'm just
this.
I'll screenshot the thing and I'll send it to you.
Let's start. What is closest to home? ACC, Big
Well,
Ten, I guess.
Hey, we can start
Gotta
in the
be Big Ten, bro.
ACC because there's one team in particular that I'm riding in the ACC. I had been on Miami for a little bit, and then everybody jumped on Miami, and I was like, ew, yuck. I don't want to be where everybody is. So the team that I like potentially winning the ACC at 10-1. And again, I don't do
Wake Forest.
No. Jeez Louise, no. I don't do winners that are like, if it's like 3-1 to win a conference.
Who's the overwhelming favorite? FSU?
It's FSU and Clemson. I think
Okay.
FSU is like plus 285 and Clemson might be like plus 315.
Okay.
That's not a big enough number for the books to hold my money for 3 months. So you got to go a little bit larger than that.
You know who does just a tremendous job of like talking the game and then betting $7 means holding his money is Denton Day.
That's me. Yeah, no, it's
Because
100%
Denton
me.
sent me all these picks and I put them in. And then one night I replied back to him. I was like, dude, you just cost me $400. And he's like, man, you're only supposed to bet like $5 on my picks.
I'm putting $5. And now you and I are in different tax brackets because you got 86 jobs and I only have 20. But I like Virginia
Got a
Tech.
point there.
I like Virginia Tech. You're getting them at 10-1 right now. Their over-under is 7.5. And really what it's come down to, as far as I look at like picks for this year, is whose quarterback is coming back. You get a lot of transfers all over the roster, and that's kind of normal. But whose quarterback is coming back? And Kyron Drones played really well for them at the end of the season when they were playing their best football. He didn't turn the ball over a ton, 16 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. And I like Brent Pry. I think he's done a really good job He came into a tough situation in Virginia Tech. They've had expectations in years previous, but I like Virginia Tech to go over 7.5 and at 10-1 to win the ACC. That's a bet that I'm pretty comfortable with, considering that I don't love Clemson or Florida State right now.
That's 2 bets.
Who'd FSU
That's
lose?
Over 7.5, and you bet.
And then
also
10-1 to win the ACC.
Yeah.
I like the over 7.5. I can get down with that. What is their schedule? Pretty advantageous.
Yeah,
you get people to Blacksburg, it works out.
Their schedule's not the. I mean, you start Vanderbilt, Marshall, Old Dominion, and Rutgers. Right there, they should be 4-0.
Didn't they just lose to ODU?
They did lose to ODU last year. That's not going to happen with Connor Jones.
Okay,
that's not going to happen.
So you're hoping you get 4 to start the season
at the very least, and then Miami.
They only play 4. How can it be 4 at the very least?
Well, if they go 3-1.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm thinking they go 4-0, and then you get to Miami, and you're like, all right, well, this will be a real test moving forward. But because the ACC isn't particularly strong, and like I know a lot of people like Miami. I just told you I liked Miami until everybody else jumped on them. But I don't love Miami. Like they gave us a lot of reason last year to not love them, and like outside of Miami, you got the schedule pulled up.
B, you ready for this? You ready for this ACC?
I'm going to let Santana. That's Denton. Go ahead.
This ACC Classic battle.
Who's that?
Make sure you set your alarm. Virginia Tech at Stanford.
Well, it's changing up now, Jay.
I mean, it's going to take some getting used to.
It's the ACC West.
Way west.
Way west. Way west.
All right, so let's say they go 3-1. You got to be freaking Stanford. I don't know what's going on
Stanford.
out there.
Boston College just lost their head coach to the NFL.
BC, Georgia Tech, say you split one of those. Now we're up to what? 6 wins?
That'd be
5?
5 wins at that point.
Syracuse, Duke, UVA.
Yeah,
I can get you to 8.
Yeah, that's 7. That's 7.5. Unless they just really blow some games, like if you blow the Duke game or the UVA game.
But hasn't Tech kind of done that over the last decade?
Yeah, but that's why I like Pry this year.
Okay.
I think he has a movement in the right direction.
All right, I like it.
So I like.
So we're high on the Hokies.
We are high on the
Not
Hokies.
that way, Jeff.
That's the only team I like in the ACC though, because Florida State they lost basically everybody, and like DJ Uyunglele is their quarterback now. You remember him?
That's
from
crazy. Clemson and then Oregon State.
I mean, he is all over the place. Like him, don't love him. So the ACC,
His throwing motion is so long.
It's so long.
All right, let's go to the Big Ten.
All right, to the Big Ten we go. Are you ready for this one?
You got anything for my Terps?
No.
Okay.
Wow.
I like Nebraska over 7.5 wins.
Oh boy.
I like Nebraska over
Denton
7.5
putting his
wins.
pair on the table with that.
Putting the pair on Nebraska.
And why?
And what they got a quarterback in Dylan Raiola. He's young.
Is that the freshman?
It's the freshman.
Should we even call him freshman? Can we just call him a rookie?
Yeah, he's basically a rookie at this point.
Yeah, because they're getting paid now.
He's getting paid now. But I think he's going to be really, really good for them. And
that's the kid they kind of stole from Georgia, right?
He went to Georgia, and then Matt Rule came in. He has family in Nebraska. The Raiola name is a good one in Nebraska. He played. His uncle played on championship teams. He's I think he's the offensive line coach in Nebraska. Okay. So they took him back. And like, say what you want about Matt Rule in the NFL, which wouldn't be a lot of positive. Matt Rule is a college coach.
He's been great.
He's really good.
Temple before Baylor.
Temple before Baylor made Baylor really good. So I like Nebraska over 7.5. And the nice thing about their schedule is they don't play a ton of the big guns.
Now, of course, Lampville and I only heard of Baylor when RG3 went there, but they've been good for some time. All right, I'm going to run through Nebraska. You got them at 7.5.
7.5.
UTEP at home in the opener. That should be a dub,
that's
right?
A win.
Colorado. That's a hell of a game. Week 2.
That'll be a fun one. I think that's a win.
Who playing them?
Dion, Coach Prime.
Who's playing them?
Nebraska.
Okay.
Then Northern Iowa's got to be a dub.
That's a win.
Illinois.
That'll be a rock fight, but they should come away with that.
A rock fight.
Can Purdue or Rutgers play this year?
Rutgers can play this year, although Kirk Herbstreit said he likes them to win the Big Ten potentially at 150-1. I would maybe stay away from that.
Does Rutgers have Shiano again, right?
Yeah, they have Shiano. They got a lot of guys returning. They still have no quarterback.
Is Purdue any good?
No.
Purdue? Indiana stinks.
They stink.
UCLA, I mean, the fact that Nebraska's playing UCLA and USC on back-to-back weekends in Big Ten play is just so remarkable. Nebraska ain't going to Columbus and winning.
No,
Are they beating either of those LA teams?
They'll definitely beat one of the LA teams. They might beat both of them because that's my second pick for you. I like USC under 7.5.
They don't have a quarterback this year.
They have They have Miller Moss, who played in the bowl game. He was
good in that bowl game.
He was good in the bowl
Who
game.
did they play in the bowl game?
My issue is
I think it was a Sun Bowl. It was a decent bowl.
It was a decent bowl game. The issue is, can they tackle? Because they couldn't tackle in the Pac-12, and I don't know if I trust that they'll just magically be able to tackle now that they're playing on a conference that really thrives off of physicality.
Yeah, I agree, and don't think they'll be able to match it. They played Louisville in the Holiday Bowl, B. All right, so far we're hitting the Hokies. We're hitting the Huskers.
Yep.
What other H teams are there, Brian? Who else you got?
I think those are the only H teams.
Talking college football with our guy Denton Day. All of our college football coverage on 106.7 The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan against AT&T and Verizon. Check out the savings calculator to find out how much money you could save at T-Mobile.com/switch.
Switch.
Anything else in the big, or are we going south?
If you want it's a smaller long shot, but it's kind of like at my threshold. Penn State to win it at 5-1.
To
Not
win
the worst
what?
pick in the world. To win the conference. You're getting Ohio State at I think they're plus 150 or something like that. And you get Oregon, who I think is plus 230. And then you
Where's
get Penn
Michigan?
State. Michigan is below Penn State, I believe. I think they're 6 or 7-1.
Can Penn State get enough consistent offense and a defense to show up in big games?
Franklin's got to win a big game before I'm betting on them.
Just let Drew Aller throw.
He
football,
stinks.
Please.
We keep watching him, and people keep telling me to watch. And he stinks.
They got to put him in an offense that is actually suitable to what he can do.
You think they're going to change the offense now?
They better, or James Franklin's going to be out of a job. I mean, if they don't have a good season this year and they miss the college football playoff, there's no reason that they should be keeping him.
Dude, if they fire that guy, I bet he walks with $200 million. Because every time a job pops up, his name is out there.
His name's
and you
definitely
know
in there.
his agent is renegotiating.
He got an extension 2 years ago. It was when the USC job was open, when they inevitably hired Lincoln Riley for $75 million. So I think the buyout would be in the neighborhood of 50 at this point. But if you're not making the college football playoff when there's 12 teams in, 4, you could kind of get away with it because you got Ohio State and Michigan, but with 12, and the Big Ten is expecting to get 3 in there, you have to be one of those 3, even with Oregon joining the conference.
So the Penn State schedule is interesting. They open at West Virginia. You better bring your lunch money.
That is going to be a headbanger. That's one of the best games on week 1.
Is that week 1 or week 0?
That's week
legit.
1.
Week 1?
Yeah,
okay.
The 24th.
Then they got 2 at home. They should win. Bowling Green, Kent State. Well, why you have a bye week in between those 2? I don't really understand. It seems they have 1 trip out west to LA to play USC. They get Ohio State at home. It doesn't seem like they play Michigan. They better keep their guard up for November 30th when the Dirty Terps come up there.
But
We're
still doing this.
A roadie at Wisconsin could be a tricky spot. But dude, they get Washington at home, UCLA at home, Ohio State at home.
That Washington game might be the whiteout too. I don't know what it's either that or UCLA.
No, it'll be Ohio State.
That Ohio State's big noon, so it's not going to be Ohio State.
They only do it at night.
They only do it at night because if in the light, you're almost doing yourself a disservice. It's just blinding at that point.
Well, that's an
blind
interesting
the other team, not you.
True, but you also might blind yourself as well.
Let's go to the SEC.
The SEC, I got 2 teams. I got Tennessee over 8.5 with Nico Wyatt quarterback. I still can't pronounce his last name.
Who's that?
That's the guy that reportedly got $8 million. I don't know how true that is.
Wow.
But, yeah,
$8 million?
$8 million
For 1 year or all 4?
I think it's 1.
I think it was 1.
I think it's paid.
I think
a lot of those things have been popping up like the big number, but it's for 4 years.
I think a lot of them nowadays it's kind of like a pay as you go.
Penix was making 4 last year at Washington.
Yeah.
I think that's 8 for 1.
Yeah, I think it's 8 for 1. I like Bama over 9.5. I know people are down on Bama, but I love Kalen DeBoer. And spoiler alert, Jalen Milroe at 14-1 for the Heisman.
Ooh,
that's a pretty good number.
Ooh, Milroe can play.
Milroe can play, and you look at what
they almost beat Michigan, which Michigan people will tell you was the best team in college football.
Will Kalen let him? Will he make him become more like a Penix? Have to pass the ball in his thing, or are you gonna let him do all that running like y'all?
He'll let him do the running, but he will make it a lot easier for him to pass the ball. I think he'll put him in situations where he can be successful. Not that they didn't last year, but he'll find what really suits him. That's what they do with Michael Penix. So he's really good at X, Y, and Z. We're gonna run X, Y, and Z until you stop it, and nobody else could stop it for a majority of the season.
It's really interesting what Bama will be this year? What are they preseason? 6th-ish?
I think the preseason poll comes out next week officially, but they'll either be low top 10 or like maybe 11.
What are they to win the SEC?
To win the SEC, I think they're 8 or 9 to 1. I have them over 9.5 wins.
Over 9.5 wins. Let's count this out. You know I like the Tide. Western Kentucky, W. South Florida, W. Bama plays Wisconsin. Is that a neutral site? Or are they actually going to Madison?
They might actually be going to Madison.
That'd be pretty cool.
That'd be a fun
college
matchup.
Football atmosphere. September 28th. Damn. Mathers, get me on
that
the jet.
one on the calendar.
September 28th, be Bama, Georgia in Tuscaloosa.
Oh boy.
I mean, if we want to take
I will be
group
watching
trip,
that one.
we can pull that one out.
All right, then they get Vandy. South Carolina comes to T-Town. They go to Knoxville to play Tennessee. Missouri's supposed to be really good.
They are.
I mean, their schedule's pretty tough here.
They definitely have a tough schedule here, but it's just one of those things where we've seen them rise above some of the scheduling stuff, and they're going to at least get one between Tennessee and Missouri. There's no way they're dropping back to back.
Listen to the schedule, though, dude. I mean, because the SEC, because the conferences are so big, there's no more divisions, and you kind of just play whoever the computer spits out. Dude, they get Georgia, Tennessee, Missouri, LSU, and they close with at Oklahoma, and then and then Auburn in the Iron Bowl at home.
Yeah.
And you got them over 9.5. Dude?
I got over 9.5 wins. Now the money was good. The payout was good. It was positive. I think it was like plus 120, maybe plus 112.
So that allows them to lose twice.
It allows them to lose twice, but then if you win the bowl game too,
does that count?
It does.
Okay.
Yeah, it does count.
That's a tough schedule, dude. The fact that Tennessee and LSU are on the road within 3 weeks of each other, and the one in between is Mizzou. Woo.
Yeah, it's not easy, but you look at Tennessee and LSU, and they got unproven quarterbacks, even though I like Nico relatively unproven in college football. So, yeah, I'm riding with Alabama quickly because I know you guys have a normal break schedule. I'll give you some national championship long shots. You're going to already swat down one of these because I gave you them for the Big Ten. You didn't like it. Penn State at 20-1. If they can just figure out the offense, I think they'll be fine. They have a really good defense. So if they can just figure out what the hell to do and take the offense into the 21st century, that'd be very nice. Tennessee at 33-1, and then Bama at 15-1.
I love it. I think there will be some weird upsets because of the college football playoff. Like, you go to 12 teams.
Some guys not getting paid. They're going to be pissed.
Well, dude, you go to 12 teams. Nobody's ever done it. The first 4 games are on home fields.
They're on home fields.
Real home fields, right?
Real home fields. December 21st. They're going up against the NFL that day. It's really a disservice to the teams that are actually good because you miss out on that huge payday from the gates. But yeah, it'll be fun. There's going to be opportunities for a little bit of parity. And we got a little bit last year. There's going to be opportunities for more of it this year.
You've been watching the Olympics then?
Oh, yeah. I'm locked in, really locked in tomorrow for track and field. Big track guy.
I was wondering. You're a weird dude. I was wondering what weird sports you're into. But
I watched canoeing on Saturday when I was sitting in here doing the show.
Of course you did.
That was a fascinating sport.
Fascinating, Brian. Denton, you're a fascinating man. Thank you for coming in.
All right, see you, boys.
All right, that's our guy, Denton Day. You can follow him at the Denton Day. When we come back, talking golf, PGA Junior Championships in town. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams in all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer to swimming. FanDuel has it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com, sign up, and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
dominating a track that's pretty damn hard is pretty impressive. Arguably, whether he should or shouldn't be is not for debate. But I'd say Charlie Woods is like the biggest name in junior golf in the country, at least to people that don't really follow. Is he there? Was there a decision that he's not there? Is it a qualification thing? Like, how do you get in?
Yeah, it's a great question. And Charlie's a great young player. As you know, he qualified for the USGA junior boys a couple weeks ago.
Right.
Had a bit of a tough time for it, but I know Dad was probably really proud to watch him play in that and compete. And he probably learned a lot. So that was really important. And Charlie's, by all accounts, just a great kid and has a really bright future in this game. But the qualifying process here is national. Each section of the country has a qualifier, and only so many folks can play. And I think he was in a highly, highly competitive qualifier down in South Florida and finished 8th. And I think they took 3 or 4. So
oh, wow.
While I think he did get through the USGA's qualifying, which is probably equally as competitive, JP, he didn't get through the PGA's qualifying a few weeks later. Unfortunately, missed it by just, I think, a couple shots. So
Gotcha.
He's not part of the field yet. And look, the demand to get into these events, as you can imagine, has over years and years just become even more competitive and more elite. I don't know. I think feels like there's 30 to 40 nations flags flying on our driving range, which is representative of just how diverse the field is.
That's so cool.
I'm sure, but Tiger's son, every tournament he goes with, everybody want a piece of him.
Totally. And if he think about for Charlie, like it's golf. It happens to everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Like if he has one double, the amount of like pressure that must mount on that kid.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I'm curious because you mentioned the South Florida thing. Like football, basketball, like we kind of know these hotbed areas of the country. Does that exist in golf? South Florida, maybe Southern California? But I don't know if it's golfers just kind of come from everywhere.
Yeah, Southern California, Florida. I mean, if you look at the AGA's list of best players, 20 South Florida, right? But now, I mean, kids just have the PGA and the game of golf has done a better job, and there's a lot of work to be done to increase access to golf. They're at least being intentional about it. And we're not there yet. We've got a lot of work to do. And it's a very prohibitive sport financially, but you see that. You see that in the fields. And golf's a national game, right? You look at the women's game and you can see just how competitive it is. And you can see just through the Ryder Cup, how the U.S. dominated for years and years and years. And now where we are just as a country. And you'll watch the Olympics and you're going to see great players from everywhere. So golf is there's no one hotbed. There's great players that come from everywhere, and just in our area alone. I mean, you look at Denny and look at some of the players in college and
Mm-hmm.
who we have, and it's also a function of where golf is, where golf is prominently played. And when you talk to a lot of these players, the juniors, and you talk to even some of the older folks, they talk about championship golf and how that really sparked their interest. And one of the things I think our club is most proud of is, look, we've hosted these championships and we've got this great clubhouse and we're in such a special area in our origins and history and connection with the military through the OSS and the war, World War II, how we gave back to the country there is all storied. But our relationship with the PGA intentionally, not just to bring these championships into the future, for your listeners that don't know, we have 8 championships into the future we're hosting. Right. We're going to be hosting the PGA Championship in 2030 and the Ryder Cup in 2037. But part of that is to, bring championship golf back to our community. So it's a source of pride. And so all of the, everyone from young and old can create memories around that here at the club. And we think there's a lot of weight to that, and it's really special.
Can people come? Is it open? You get tickets online or something?
Yeah, I mean, right now it's just families and friends of families and coaches and so forth. It's not a rope to.
Gotcha. And it would just
give America, and for just security and safety and some other reasons. I think the PGA's, if you called the PGA and let them know you were coming, you'd probably be okay with it. But it's not quite just an open to the public and invite everyone. There are some limitations on capacity and some different things that from an organization event.
Jason, we got to run, dude. I appreciate you making time. I know you're slammed. Next time we have you on, you can tell us if you agree with the $200 million for Tua. All right.
Listen, that's a whole nother story. We can talk about that. We may need to talk about that. All right. Thanks, guys.
All right, that is Jason Epstein, director of golf over at Congressional. They're hosting PGA Junior Championships. B, I watched these kids on the range for a minute the other day.
Did it make you sad?
I mean, no, not even sad. Like, we're just different. Like, it just was impressive. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like, remember that kid we saw at Norbeck just grooving those stingers?
Yeah. And he might have been 10, 12.
Right. It's just so damn impressive. When we come back, let's make some bets. Matthew Judon's been holding out in New England. He did not get a deal done. But they did get a deal done with Devon Godshaw.
My homie.
Almost $20 million.
Plaquemine, Louisiana in the house,
I thought
baby.
you might like to hear that one.
We do, Jeff. From a small town, we make it happen.
Also, a little bit of news. I don't know that we've ever mentioned this dude. Kenny Kim, I believe. I believe I started following him on Twitter through Johnny Cakes Autville. Kenny Kim is a serious golf gambler and has all sorts of crazy golf bets. He also seems a little bit of a wild dude that lives his best life. And he's been tweeting out that there's a new show in town he wants to attend. You know Star Wars, The Empire Strikes Back?
Yeah. Heard about it.
Well, this is Star Wars, The Empire Strips Back. It's a burlesque parody of Star Wars. Check it out if you want to.
I know who will be there.
Who? Stallion?
Huh?
Who?
JP and JB.
I don't even know what that means.
Jason Bishop.
I'm not going. I will not be there.
Bish might come for the wrong show. You probably think JP in it.
I'll never understand why I told that story. And somehow I'm the victim, and you guys give me a hard time.
You're so easy to get, man. Let's go.
The only real Commanders news of the day is that they signed Byron Pringle. I posted a Twitter poll.
Did you posted a can of Pringles and say you like that he's back?
I did not, but could have. I posted a Twitter poll. Just what's up with the signing? I gave 3 options: more wide receiver competition, injury popped up, or other. Over 1,000 votes. 61% said more wide receiver competition. 21% said injury popped up, and the rest said other. I think that sounds about right. We will see. We'll get to talk to Dan Quinn in the morning. Of course, Brian and I are in studio in Navy Yard today because there was no practice today. Those guys got a well-deserved off day after going at it for close to a week. For us, though, it's time to make some bets.
Holla. Gather around.
Jeffrey?
Man, I got too greedy last night. I should have just took the Yankees, but the U.S. let me down in the 3x3. So, and B. Mitch also lost. So you're sitting.
Who is Jimmer Fredette really? Who is on this 3x3 team?
Jimmer Fredette.
How old is he?
I don't know, but the Serbians are real good.
We bet on Jimmer Fredette. That's our hope for gold.
They only beat him by 7.
We're not winning a medal in that one.
Yeah,
only by
at least
7?
not a gold.
Yeah, they're not. They could have beat him. It's just
My 3-on-3 team. Recognizing that 3-on-3 is a very unique thing, I think I'd go like Allen Iverson, Stephon Marbury,
And Steph Curry.
Sure, that's my squad. Can I get them? Who plays in this?
The guys that don't play on the U.S. team.
Jimmer Fredette. That's who plays in it.
All right, so Jeff bet on Jimmer Fredette. I'm glad we cleared that up. And Landfill, I know you, Canada. What happened there?
Because they were cheating, the Canadians.
As they do.
They got deducted 6 points in the soccer tournament, and they appealed, and they lost the appeal.
Good. Cheaters.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Go on, Jeff, please.
JP, you're now sitting at 1-1 because you decided to hop on the Phillies bandwagon and they took a fat L in the 12th inning yesterday. And Landfill advances to 2-0 because he was smart enough to jump on the Yankees bandwagon and go for the W. So that's our standings. And tonight,
well, you never said what you were.
I said I was 0-2 with you at the bottom, bruh.
Well, I'm about to leave you.
I'm about to get a win tonight because tonight I'm taking Jason Tatum plus 10 points. He's going to get the 10 points because he's going to get a lot more playing time against the Sudanese.
Sudan was good last time, man.
Yeah,
and
that's why Tatum.
That's why they're going to get blown out this time.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to get blown out. If I was to take the line, I would take the plus 28. because they got height and they can shoot the ball.
They got handles.
And they can shoot the ball from the outside and can rebound.
The fact that, I mean, listen, I'm not going to bet this, but my betting mindset, the fact that that line is still that high, even though last time they almost beat them and it came down to LeBron at the last second, tells you that Vegas thinks they're going to smoke South Sudan tonight, just for what that's worth. Because they want everybody.
That's what that mean?
They want everybody taking the points.
Oh, that's what that means.
What are you taking, B?
I am going to take the Atlanta Braves and the Cincinnati Reds.
All right. I am going to the Mubadala City Open tonight. I'm excited. I'm going to watch some tennis. Because I'm going to that, I'm going to take a tennis bet. Landville, can I take my man Ben Shelton? He's minus 425 to win.
No.
No, you can't take that.
Is there like a point spread I can take?
I mean, probably.
Okay. I can take Ben Shelton to win it in 2 sets. Minus 140. I'll take that. I got Ben Shelton to win in 2 sets.
Also, I'm adding to my parlay Jason Tatum 4+ rebounds.
That's a pretty square play, Jeff. If you want to put any actual action on that, I will book it all day.
I am.
Okay, attaboy. I think the actual play tonight is to lay the points with the United States of America. But I'm betting on someone named Ben Shelton. See you at the City Open. See you at Rock Creek, baby. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Neil Greenberg. Thank you to Johnny Damon. That was fun. Thank you to Mark Zuckerman. Thank you to Denton Day. Thank you to Jason Epstein. Grant and Danny coming your way next. I don't know what they have planned today. I'm going to be honest with you, but I do know that Ryan the Stallion is wearing a sleeveless T-shirt. So do whatever you want with that information.
He looks a mess.
He does. He looks. I think he lost his shoes or something. He's got a lot going on. If you made it this far, Landfill owes you a beer.
G&D coming your way live on 106.7 The Fan on this Wednesday, July 31st, 2024. It is a mad dash and a sprint for your pals Grant and Danny today as we take you up to 3:10 and matinee Nats baseball in Arizona against the Diamondbacks. Thank you for making this show part of your day. Danny, top of the afternoon.
What do you say, buddy? We got to hurry. The show's already 5% over, for goodness sakes. We got to get right to it. It's a great sports day, by the way. And the Nationals came in second last night. They gave up a couple of touchdowns and a field goal. Ooh, I was able to go to bed on the early side.
Neil Rackers of the old school Cardinals booted a 57-yarder in that 17-0 loss.
Like Neil Lomax was involved too somehow. Old NFC East opponents. Team USA Hoops plays this afternoon, right as you and I are getting off air. That'll be fun. Before we give away to the Nationals, we have a good show. We'll do it quickly. I got a little tiny guessing game I'd love to start the show with. It's a wee guessing game. Normally we would draw this out, have a little fun with it. We'll go around the room. We'll do it very quickly. Darius, at your leisure, little guessing game music.
I always enjoy a good guessing.
You don't know, the three of you, and if Ryan never comes back, the three of you don't know what I did this morning. You don't know what I did this morning. This is something that a lot of doubt about. I didn't think it was going to happen. Not many people did. I didn't know that I would ever do this, but I did it this morning. What did I do?
You went for a run.
That's a great guess. Darius, what do you got?
I'm going to assume you played a sport with someone relatively famous.
Another very good guess. Grant, I'll give you one more guess before I give a hint, and then I'll let Ryan guess too. So far, we're zoning in. It's pretty good so far.
This morning, Danny did something he didn't think he would ever do. You went and saw Deadpool in theaters.
Life is a mystery. Everyone must stand alone. Yes. Boom goes the dynamite. I saw it. 9:40 a.m. showing.
No way.
I found a cinema that was showing Deadpool and Wolverine at 9:40 a.m.
Where did you see that?
It's a place called Cinema Arts in Fairfax.
Let's go.
Dropped the kids off. First of all, you nailed it. Second guess too. Dropped the kids off at their camp for the week. And I was like, let me putz around and see if I can find something. Because most of the showings, it's like 10:30 is the early show, 11. It's like, well, it puts us a time crunch. I don't want to do that. I saw the 9:40 a.m. showing. By the way, they cut to the chase. One preview. It was an M. Night Shyamalan film coming out with Josh Hartnett.
That trailer.
And that was it. And they're like, here's the movie. I'm like, I can't remember that. I can't remember that anything less than 15 trailers. It was
got some kind of a special showing because before my Deadpool, the movie actually started like 27 minutes after the penciled in start time. And we went and saw Twisters, if you remember, like last week, boys. And I counted 9 trailers.
9:44 a.m. I had a trailer for the M. Night Shyamalan movie and a Google Pixel ad.
All I know about the M. Night Shyamalan movie is it's going to suck. Back to you, Danny.
I tell you what, this is a quick side before we do Deadpool shtick. There is no greater gap between how good the trailers look for movies and how bad they actually are than the M. Night Shyamalan situations. Like, Sixth Sense was a bolt into the upper tank, all-time, great movie.
Tough. Once every 6 or 7 movies, he hits a home run. But he's got a lot of Joey Gallo in that.
There's so many whiffs.
Swing
so many.
And a miss. How great was it?
Really, really fun.
You loved it.
It's really fun. It like the thing that makes it so special, and if you haven't seen it, it's butt fun. That's all you can ask for. That they do a thing which I love this series and I love Deadpool so much. They're able to do a thing where they make fun of what they're about to do. Right? They make fun of the genre. All the complaints that people have, all the irritations that people have about Marvel movies or whatever, they go on to do it, but they're aware that they're doing it. So they make fun of it beforehand. All the things that happen in the film were all foreshadowed when he's breaking the fourth wall and telling you how it's going to go. It was super fun. I thought it was a little busy, and in terms of as a movie, good, not great. I don't care about any of that stuff. It was so much fun. I had a great time.
We don't need to apply the same things we use on The Departed to Deadpool and Wolverine.
Exactly.
It was a good time, though.
I had a great time at 9:40 this morning.
And without getting in any details, there is a scene, the one in the house, where it's just like a Royal Rumble and people's music are hitting and they're walking down to the ring. You were probably an empty theater, which maybe took away from it a little bit.
No, it was me and about 24 retirees. That's when they see movies.
So
I just found that out.
You didn't get any ovations or claps?
No, they weren't a clapping sort.
So when I saw each of those reveals, we'll call them, big ovations popping the room.
That's when again, no, I'm not spoiling anything.
Yeah.
That's after the infighting, and then they're taken to the house with the little pool in the middle.
Yeah.
You're talking about, and then one by one, people come in. You're like,
Exactly.
what?
There's a lot.
The one, what? I still can't believe.
I agree.
Not the one Ryan spoiled, but
no. There's
you know
another
exactly
one.
what you know exactly what I'm talking about, Darius.
I do.
The third one, I'm kind of going, okay, I suppose that's adorable. I guess that person was free, but the one I went, no.
Did you catch the line that he said from the original movie?
Yes, I did.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, I did.
Steam me up.
Yeah.
Big moment.
And the look, and there'll never be another blank, and then Wade looks at.
We're teetering on the brink.
It's fine.
We are teetering
No.
on the brink.
No,
of
we're
Danny
not.
Getting yelled at
No,
by
we're
Nate
not.
Davis
We're
10
not.
years from now.
We're not Harris
So
teetering.
we're
We're
going to
good.
leave it here, but I'm proud
good.
of you. I
Sorry.
want you to know. And I can't wait to the commercial break so we can get to the bottom of some things.
Mm-hmm.
Attaboy. Byron Pringle has been brought back to the Commanders. The last time the Commanders signed Byron Pringle, if you remember, 1 year ago, we ranked our favorite flavors of Pringles because back then we were an immature radio show. Back then, I guess we didn't take ourselves seriously enough to just break down a football move. So I figured today we could rank our favorite flavors of Pringles in honor of Byron Pringle being signed by the Washington Commanders. So, Danny, your number one Pringles flavor is
The original, the OG, the regular, plain old. You want to call it run of the mill? It's not. It's just Pringles, man.
That's
The
a
Pringles.
red can.
The red
Says
can.
Pringles original. That is
Yep.
also my number one. My number two favorite type of Pringle is going to be the Memphis barbecue Pringle. This was a slightly redder tube or more dark red. I'd say almost like a candy apple red, something like that. Memphis barbecue Pringles. Very, very delicious.
Number two for me, cheddar and sour cream Pringle.
Very
cheddar
good.
and sour cream Pringle.
High on my list. Might even be my number three, to be honest with you. That's a great Pringle. That was the greenish yellow can, I
Greenish
believe,
yellow, yep.
in the Pringles. All right. What do you got for number three?
Number three, this is rogue. This is not going to be on your list at all. They did a little spicy effort.
Yeah.
I want to say it was like a habanero or habanerito, or I can't remember what it was called, but it was very spicy, and I liked it a lot. It was a good palate sort of departure Pringle.
I guess I'm going to go sour cream for my number three. I don't think there's another one. They did a bunch of them extra hot.
Yep.
They did a jalapeno, dill pickle, honey mustard,
Mhm.
out on all those pizza Pringles. No, thank you.
You didn't like the pizza Pringle?
I was out on
It was
that
like
as
eating
well.
combos, but Pringles.
Not for your boy.
Oh, it made my list.
So those are our top three cans of
Mhm.
Pringles in honor of Byron Pringle being signed. Why do you think they brought him back? Remember, it's easy to say, oh, well, he was here last year. He knows the offense. They know him. It's an entirely new
You
front
don't know this
office,
offense, yeah.
an entirely new coaching staff, and because of that, an entirely new offense. So the fact that he was here last year and played in 17 games and caught 14 balls and went for $160 through the air, none of that helps him here. Why is Washington bringing him back right now?
Somebody should be concerned. I don't know who it is, but one of the guys that we have come to count on or depend on or think is going to be on the roster because they've been good in the preseason or caught a pass against Dallas and did the scarn that time or whatever, I think might be a little bit of danger. I don't know if it's a Dax Milne. I don't know if it's Downey Brown. I don't know if it's Jamison Crowder. I don't know exactly. But I think they saw enough to go, you know what? We need someone in that tier. Maybe could play some special teams as well. That fourth or fifth, maybe sixth guy on the depth chart.
Supposedly, Crowder's flashed a bunch in practices. Like behind McLaurin, he's been the second most visible, noticeable playmaker. So he's had a pretty good camp. Not to say he's a lock to make the roster by any means. They also are somewhat light, it seems like, as far as proven punt returners go. And he gets a lot of the first reps there. So I'd like to think Jamison Crowder is going to be on the team. And after he played pretty well down the stretch last year, remember he had a great diving catch in the end zone for a touchdown. He actually had some good moments. I think he's in. If you're looking at roster locks, you got to go McLaurin, Dotson, McCaffrey. That's probably it. Beyond that, though, the competition for receivers 4 through 6 on the roster comes down to, if we're going to throw Pringle into the mix now, Pringle, De'Ami Brown, Olamide Zaccheaus, Mitchell Tinsley, Dax Milne, Jamison Crowder, and then the deep roster hopefuls, bubble guys like Bryson Tremaine from Stanford, was a college free agent last year.
Kaz Allen, who we heard a lot about last year.
College free agent last year at a UCLA. Demir Bird they signed, who spent some time in San Francisco this offseason. Used to play for the Falcons years ago. He'd be a deep roster hopeful, I would call him. But if they're going to keep 6 right now, what's your guess? Beyond McLaurin, Dotson, McCaffrey, who do you think would be the other 3? And do they keep kids or do they just go super veteran heavy with their young quarterback?
I would lean more towards veteran heavy because if these kids were, blossoming prospects that were highly touted draft picks or something like that, like to me, Dotson's their kid, if that makes any sense. Like
that's true.
Dotson and McCaffrey are the young guys.
I'm thinking De'Ami Brown's like the youngest of those other guys. He's 24 years old, but he's going into his 4th year.
Yeah.
He's not a kid, really.
If I had to guess, and this is early, it's probably irresponsible to do so, but here we go. I think Pringle. I think Zacchaeus, who has probably the most pelts on the wall. I think he had like a 600 or 700-yard season at one point. And then maybe Crowder, because you mentioned that punt return type element.
So they go all vets.
Yeah.
I'm going to say McLaurin, Dotson, McCaffrey. And then my last 3 would be Olamide Zacchaeus, who's twitchy and quick. We had Ben Standing on a couple days ago. He said he's really been impressed. He's not a big guy by any means. Standing said he's 5'8". If he's listed at that, which he is, that's really surprising to me. I thought he was a little bigger than that. But I'll go Zacchaeus. I'll say Crowder makes it. And with the other spot, I'm still going to go De'Ami Brown against my better judgment. So then you go, why did they bring in Pringle? It's a long training camp, right?
Yep.
And you need bodies and you need competition. And he probably has a legitimate chance to make it if things don't go well in the preseason for Zacchaeus or Brown or Crowder. But I would not want to be Mitchell Tinsley, who made the roster and stayed on the roster, I think, all last year without much chance on game day. I wouldn't want to be Dax Milne, who's 3 years removed from being a 7th-round pick. And I probably wouldn't want to be Allen or Bryson Tremaine or Demir Bird, although the practice squad still seems likely for at least a couple of those names.
Yeah, with or without, Byron Pringle or other numbers to kind of gum up the works. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, I know I'm ascribing my own kind of proclivities and evaluations of the roster
You
onto
also
this.
have Pringle on the roster, but 24 hours ago
Was not
on the team at all.
And I'm my thinking, because I'm trying to put myself in their headspace. We're going to learn so much about them this year, talking about the front office. We got a decent sort of a sample here with this first draft go around and then free agency and the like. But I think when they see a problem, this is my early read on them. When they see an issue or they see something they need to shore up, they have a certain philosophy. You could go get a 21-year-old, you could go get a 22-year-old off someone else's practice squad. They didn't. They got a veteran. It's not like he's 35. It's not like you went and got Julio Jones or someone off their couch, but they went and got someone that's been around 2 different systems, even someone that was here last year. I think they thought we need some more veteran kind of help in that room to maybe get paired with some of our young, really important players, aka McCaffrey, Dotson, and then by kind of transitivity, their quarterback, Jaden Daniels.
They just have so many veterans already on offense and even at wide receiver. Jahan has been here long enough that he can grab a face mask or he can slap a butt and say, hey, man, do it this way. Even Zacchaeus, who's new here, has been around for a long time. Jamison Crowder, who's better traveled than that guy. I mean, he's got more pages punched in the NFL passport than most people do. So it's not like they had to have just a presence. My guess is when the staff, whether that was Peters himself or somebody else, watched last year's tape, they said, I think Byron Pringle's every bit as good as a bunch of the guys we have in here. I mean, is Bryson Tremaine or Demir Bird or Dax Milne, are they better than Byron Pringle? We know that the last staff didn't think that because one of them was up and active and targeted on game days and the other guys weren't.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they see it the same way. But, I mean, look, the bottom line on wide receiver for this team, they have to get huge production from the big boys. You got to keep McLaurin healthy. He's going to produce. He always does. There's very few players in this league as consistent as Terry McLaurin. And McLaurin's a guy, it doesn't matter who your quarterback is. If it's a buster like me or you, or if it's a mediocre NFL jag like Taylor Heineke, or if it's a star, and unfortunately I don't have an example to use yet because he hasn't played with one, but let's say Jaden Daniels gets there, you're going to get 70-plus catches. You're going to get 1,000-plus yards. You're going to get a lot of plays made by McLaurin. Outside of him, Dotson's got to break out. We've talked about this a ton.
It's essential.
Yesterday at this time, Luke McCaffrey, they took in the top 100. You can't just park him for a year and say, eventually he can help us. When you're picked where he was, you got to get something out of him this year.
Yeah, when you had cap space and you had multiple draft picks and you had assets to improve that room, the guys that you did select, they didn't do anybody high. They didn't do a first rounder. Not that they would have because they were picking Jaden Daniels, but they didn't go in the second round. They didn't go into the first. They didn't trade back in. They took a defensive tackle, a cornerback, and then kind of an H-back tight end hybrid role in the second round. Their top 4 picks were not at that spot. They didn't spend in free agency at that spot. So who you do select, or then by transitivity, kind of elevate in terms of Dotson, say, no, we don't have a weakness there. We got a strength. Those guys have to come through.
I just hate being so average at that position. Where everybody else is really looking for playmakers, a weapon, dynamicism. That's not a word. Dynamic athletes.
Yep.
Everybody's looking to get more explosive and looking for that wiggle and that twitch and just an X receiver who can beat people and take over a game. And they go, let's go get McCaffrey. Let's bring in Zacchaeus and Pringle and Crowder, and let's see where we're at. I just wish they really were more aggressive at going and getting a playmaker.
100%.
You watch receivers on Netflix and the way that the coaches talk about how different their lives are as play callers, as play designers, because they've got badasses like Justin Jefferson. And I know it's hard to find one of the best in the league. It doesn't necessarily have to be that way. But we talked a lot about the possibility of trading for Brandon Ayuk. There were other receivers available throughout the offseason. They were at least limitedly interested. They were curious because we know that they reached out to San Fran. They were one of the teams reportedly that talked to the 49ers. They certainly didn't have the conviction to get it done.
I would understand that if you're the Cowboys or the Saints, the Chiefs, the Rams, et cetera, where you have a veteran group with a bunch of big contracts and you're up against it, right? But this, to me, is one of those, you use the resources. You've got all the cap space. This is one of those times where you can throw money at a problem. You can throw resources at a problem. And I think their votes of confidence, their lack of action, scream that they believe in the group that they've got assembled. Now, making a move on the periphery, aka bringing in Byron Pringle, he's not taking reps from Dotson or McCaffrey or McLaurin, obviously. He's there to take reps from the 5th or 6th guy.
Yeah.
But so it's an around the edge type thing, but it showed that they didn't think they needed to majorly upgrade. And it's something that I just don't see it the same way, but they're obviously smarter than me.
Well, I saw that Crowder is even getting more reps as a top 3 guy at times than even McCaffrey early in camp. But what does that mean?
Yeah.
Hayden Daniels is splitting reps with Marcus Mariota.
Which I'm fine with. That's great. That's great.
What
They're
does
doing that.
anything really mean
That's great.
in terms of early camp play time? I keep wanting to come back to De'Ami Brown to say that I'd rather have a 24-year-old who was drafted where he was. Remember, the 82nd pick. Think about that, by the way. 3rd-round pick. Not a late 3rd-round pick either.
Oh, yeah.
But he was picked in the 3rd round. He's going into his 4th year. But his numbers are worse than you think. At some point, you'd force your way onto the field and get some touches. 12 catches in year 1, 5 catches in year 2, 12 catches in year 3.
Breakout.
And this is not a Josh Doxson, I was hurt thing. That guy's been up and active. He's played in all but 2 games a season, basically. Missed 4 total games in 3 years, and he has not yet caught 13 balls in a season. So at some point, it's different coaches, it's different offenses. This will be his 3rd coordinator. You got to imagine there's something more to it than just they don't know how good he is.
Now, every team missed on these guys, so I'm not just picking on Washington, but it's always just fun and a great exercise to look at who went nearby. Who went a few picks later? Nico Collins went 7 picks later. Isn't that fun? Isn't that a fun thing to think about? And who went like 15, 20 picks later? Amon-Ra St. Brown went even later than De'Ami Brown. I would rather have, and this is a bold statement, I would rather have Amon-Ra St. Brown than De'Ami Brown.
Not me.
I'm talking about for football now.
For football?
Yeah.
Yeah, not me.
Oh, wow.
I think it builds character to have De'Ami.
Isn't that?
Yeah.
Build some toughness.
Exactly.
Some stick-to-itiveness.
Build some fan character
There you
to go the De'Ami Brown route. And sometimes he does that like 80s look where he has sideburns. That's pretty cool.
That is neat.
Amon-Ra doesn't do that.
No. He just catches a ton of passes for
Amon-Ra
yards
just
and
goes
touchdowns.
16 targets, 13 catches, $157 and a tutty. That's not that interesting to me.
Why is it so boring?
I like my wide receiver not hosting a podcast.
Good point.
I prefer that. Yeah.
Amon-Ra St. Brown, you might get touchdowns and you might get 15 targets and you might get 10 catches a week. But him and his brother are going to do a podcast.
I'm not even doing a bit. I think Amon-Ra St. Brown had a month where he outproduced De'Ami Brown's whole career.
I'm positive of that.
29 catches, 476 yards, and 3 touchdowns. I think he has like multiple months where he's gone over that.
No, I would bet $1,000 that that's the case. He's had probably half of his career catches in a game at one point.
Yeah.
How many career catches for Diami? You're saying 29?
That's 29 for
okay. So he's never at
476.
15 in a week, but I think he's probably at a dozen.
Yes, he has.
So I would say there has been a 2-game stretch where he out-caught him, and a 3-game stretch where he
outgained him.
But no, the Lions can have him. He's just very likable and really smart and a great player. And
good for them.
I'm not interested in that.
Good for those guys.
Grant
Losers.
and Danny on the Fan. NFL's going to use Hawkeye technology for line to gain rulings in the preseason. What could this mean? What will we be seeing starting tomorrow in preseason games as far as the tech used in officiating? Let's talk about that next on G&D. Grant and Danny on the Fan. So proud of Danny Rouillet. Went and saw Deadpool Wolverine in the
Neato
morning.
gang.
We thought he wouldn't. We thought it was going to be a home viewing 3 months from now. This guy stepped up to the plate, made Darius and Danny get into the bottom of things in commercial breaks. Darius, we could speak freely again. We don't have to hide all of our feelings.
It feels good to not have to beat around the bush.
Very nice.
I've been to earlier showings, if you count like the start of a 24-hour time clock. Does that make sense? Like I've been to midnight showings or 3 a.m. showings. That's the earliest in the course of a regular day I've ever seen a movie.
I didn't think 9:40 a.m. really happened.
There aren't many. I found one.
I'm proud of you.
Me and the blue hairs just hanging out watching Deadpool.
The NFL is moving closer to replacing the chain gang, which is something many of us have wanted for a long time. Because let's call a spade a spade. There are so many times in an NFL game where we just have to suspend reality and any kind of belief that everything is being officiated correctly. When you see some of the spots, guy's knee goes down, someone just eyeballs it and puts the ball a yard forward or a yard back, and instead of a 3rd and 4, it's a 3rd and 2.5. And we, for a long time, Danny, couldn't do much about that, really, as consumers. But now, look around at the technology in sports, whether it's in the swimming pools in the Olympics, where to the 1,000th of a second, a fingertip on a wall can be monitored, or baseball, where they're soon going to have an electronic strike zone. The Hawkeye technology used for all the data that teams get on horizontal and vertical movement and rotations of a baseball, RPM, spin rate. We can just measure things in ways that we weren't able to before. And there is now tech available, should the NFL choose to use it, the Hawkeye technology, to determine where the nose of the ball was on the football field at any given moment. Did the team score? Did the ball cross the goal line? Was it a first down? And until now, the NFL, Danny, has just neglected to use any of this help for their officials. That ends tomorrow in the Hall of Fame game with a preseason exhibition for Hawkeye technology in officiating.
This is a wonderful first step. We're getting close to the thing that I have desired since I was a child. Since I remember a running back, I don't remember who it was, being knocked down, but reaching out the ball, and then the referee just kind of walked over and sort of split the difference. And I asked my dad, why is that happening like that? He was clearly further ahead. And he goes, my dad just kind of shrugged his shoulders. And I've never been satisfied with that.
I like your very specific example of the thing that annoys all of us.
Yeah, as a little kid, I was like, I don't understand. I'm looking to this adult to explain this to me, and he had no explanation. And we just watch the games, and we just shrug our shoulders. When the ball's into somebody's left hand, and the right foot goes out of bounds, and they move it to where the right foot was, or they just move it ahead, or the bad spots that seem to get lost in the flow of the game because somebody's moving back to the line of scrimmage and they just flip it and that guy's a foot to the left of where the original spot was and they just kind of put it down and here we go, it's from there.
Or on the sideline,
yeah.
You're diving and reaching out and you're like, felt like that was a couple yards off. My favorite is punts. The way they just walk up the chalk after a punt went real high and out of bounds. And they're just like, they keep walking. You could play music under it. And they're moving from the 20 to the 25 to the 30 to the 35. And they just like stop at the 37. They're completely guessing. They have no idea where the ball went out of bounds.
I want you to admit, you don't know where it went out of bounds. You have a good idea, decent idea within maybe 5-6 yards, but that's, a huge percentage of the football field.
Sometimes you might be within a yard or two. Sometimes you might be within 5 yards. I guarantee there have been times where based on the way the ball was punted, or maybe someone was out of position or wasn't looking at the right thing for a little while, where the spot was just off by 12, 13 yards on a punt.
So this is the first step. So what it's going to be used for now, as I understand it, is Grant Paulson's my side judge, right? Darius goes down with the football, the ball's spotted.
I'm still spotting the ball with Darius.
You're still spotting the ball.
Human element.
Yeah, you're still spotting the ball wherever it is that you deem appropriate.
Okay, so I think the spot was the 26. Let's say by definition, really the guy got to the 27, and you got to get to the 27 and a half for a first down, but I'm going to spot it at the 26 and change.
Then we're not doing anything about it. Then I don't think it's being used the way I've read this and understand it. I could be wrong. But the way it sounds to me is if you spot it, say flip the scenario. If the guy actually went down at the 26, but you spot at the 27 and a half, and it's a first down, Hawkeye buzzes. And what that's going to preclude us from is the referee blowing his whistle, doing the quick jumping jack thing over his head where he blows the play dead, motions to the sideline guys. They come running out. One guy's pinching a chain. The other two guys are holding on to these weird sticks, and they find the hash mark, and then they measure it, and the one guy uses an index card sometimes or not. We're getting rid of that. That's the end of that.
That, to me, is still the poster child moment for how silly the spot game is currently, whether it was Hockley or someone else, one of the officials. You know who it was? I think might have been Gene Steratore, who now does all the TV
Use the
stuff
index card
for CBS, and he literally took out a card out of his pants, out of his back pocket, that he uses to write down changes or ejections or whatever, and he tried to determine if the ball was past the chain with the card. And that's how you know there's got to be a better way.
We've come so far. I get how we start on like muddy municipal fields that like used to be baseball fields and are kind of being converted, and we don't have it. There's too much. We have come so far. Everybody's going so fast. We need the technology. So what I want is this to be so wildly successful that we can't live without this. Now we're going to give the machine more, which I know is the plot of every sci-fi movie. I know every Terminator is based on this, but I think it's fine because we're just spotting footballs. What I want is an end to it was kind of right here. I don't want any more kind ofs. I want it exactly. I want that technology implemented so when that knee touches the nose of the ball and there's an invisible red line and a human being's hand, the only service they're performing is to place it exactly where the machine says.
Gary Brantley is the guy's name who's in charge of some of this stuff for the NFL. He said, we're in the installation phase for all of our stadiums, really getting them calibrated and up to date. NFL's VP, Chief Information Officer. We're just really getting to a place where this system is as accurate as possible and really calibrating across all our major stadiums. Now, baseball's way ahead in this regard because they've been using Hawkeye and this technology in big league and minor league parks. It's obviously done differently. You're monitoring pitches and batted ball velocities and things like that, whereas this is going to be way more detailed in terms of yard markers and exactly where the nose of the ball was. We have multiple stadiums with multiple dimensions inside those stadiums with different age, so we're really just going through the installation of putting in the infrastructure and making sure these cameras are installed. And that's really what it is. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like triangulated cameras that basically spotted all over the facility, combined together, paint this panoramic image that then allows you to track everything to the quarter of a millimeter, right?
Yeah.
And it's edgetronic, a camera, almost impact, and it's incredible what it's done for baseball and just nerdery and the ability to learn about what's happening on a ball field.
And so those replays where you have multiple different angles, right? And you go, okay, from this angle, you could see the ball is out, but you can't see his knee. And then on the other angle, you could see his knees touching the ground, but when is the ball out? And they act like it's this big mystery when they don't have timestamps, like they don't have the instant where if you freeze it on one frame where you go, okay, at 13 minutes, 17.41689 seconds, the ball is out of his hands, no longer in his possession. Then you fast forward to that exact same time on the other angle, and you go, his knee was not down, so therefore it's a fumble, or it's not. We act like that's beyond us. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be this weird mystery where you're sitting there under the little tent and you're staring at a small camera communicating with some people in New York. We have way more technology than that to be able to figure out exactly when, where, why, and how. This has been lacking forever, that panoramic 360 to always have a camera there where you go, there are too many people, we can't see the ball. What? So we're just guessing when billions are on the line? Pound sand with that. More of this immediately.
Yeah, for those of you that hate the technology infiltrating the game, here's a pebble. There's a parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
Go start kicking.
Write me a report.
I don't know what to tell you other than it's coming. It helps. It makes these games more accurately officiated. And while it changes the game that you know and you love, it doesn't make it worse. And I think you're going to find that out. A lot of people hated the idea of the pitch clock in Major League Baseball. I'm sorry that games move quicker and have become, in a lot of ways, a better viewing experience. Here's a quote from Neil Manowitz, Sony's president. Sony is behind the technology with the Hawkeye, I guess. We're reducing a significant amount of time, 40 seconds for each time of use, that basically is making the game that much more impactful. He goes on to say, and then also the system is accurate down to less than half an inch, which is incredibly, incredibly accurate. Hopefully, the fans appreciate the objective view, or at least half the fans each play will appreciate it, joking about the fact that someone's going to be angry when their team didn't get the yardage needed to move the sticks. But we will see this in the preseason. Hopefully we get to see it in the Commanders game. They've got 3 of them coming up starting end of next week, and we will discuss it after the first time we see it. The Bears got a big extension done at their camp. The Patriots, for I think the 8th time this offseason, extended one of their players. Where is our Sam Cosmi money? Let's pay the right guard who's coming to his own as a star. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Want to get to an NFL extension and a discussion on when we'll get an extension for the best young commander worthy of paying in just a couple of moments. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. I just saw this story today, though. A missing scuba diving couple was found alive after 38 hours at sea with no life vests. Think about that.
Oh, my God.
This is a crazy story. And I'm not trying to joan on these people, but it doesn't look like they're like the best scuba divers in the world. I mean, they look like just kind of normal people.
Just regular people
that went scuba diving. Maybe they're pretty good at it, but they don't look like they train.
38 hours?
38 hours. I'll give you some of the details here really quickly. So, a missing scuba diving couple ended up separated from the group that they were with. Nathan and Kim Maker of Oklahoma are their names. They were part of a group of 16 people that were scuba diving off the coast of Texas. Bad weather forced everyone back to the boat. I guess they blow a whistle. They go, hey, weather's getting worse. Get back here. They're all hanging on to some type of safety line. And a huge swell comes, engulfs them, and they get knocked off the safety line. And the rest of the diving party stays on.
Oh, my God. It's like the plot of The Martian.
Pretty much. And by the way, that feeling has to be
the worst, unimaginable.
This is how they described it. Think about just let the anxiety set in.
Let it wash over you.
The boat was getting smaller and smaller and smaller until it was completely out of sight, Nathan told Good Morning America. Eventually, the couple found themselves in the real-life version of open water, which if you haven't seen it, doesn't end well, apparently. But the married couple realized they were getting really cold. The water was too cold, so they had to swim to warm their body temperature. And I guess every once in a while, they would just have to swim to warm themselves up so that they didn't get too cold in the water. 38 hours went by with no life vest in the middle of the open sea.
I mean, oh, my God.
Around 1 a.m. last Friday morning, Kim spotted a Coast Guard search plane that was off in the distance. Fortunately, because it was at nighttime, she was able to take out a small flashlight and began flashing SOS. Their worst fears that the plane may not have noticed them quickly went away when out of nowhere, a speedboat came and rescued them in a movie-like scenario. Just out of the corner of our eyes, this speedboat comes streaming in, and all of a sudden, I can hear the voices of Coast Guard guys.
First of all, oh my God. Second of all, you know how to do SOS?
Of course not. But if I was out in the water,
you might learn
with scuba diving people, 16 at a time. You probably that might come up in the lessons at some point.
I mean, forever ago, I was in Hawaii with my dad, and we went snorkeling. For almost 10 seconds, I didn't know where the group was. That's the most scared I've ever been.
That is petrifying.
They were just around the corner of this one rock, but like I was like, oh my God, open water. This is it. I'm going to be food for the barracudas.
Not really related, but I'll try to top that for a second, if I may. We took our kids to a little like petting zoo place. Doesn't matter. There was like 3 minutes total where I didn't know where my daughter was. And I became Hugh Jackman in Prisoners. I was just running around screaming at people. And she just didn't tell us and like walked one like playground over. It was like going down a slide. But I just like went and positioned myself at the front door, like no one's leaving with her, you know? And I was going crazy. My wife was like very calm and like, please relax. She's right around here somewhere. I was losing it. Heart beating out of my chest.
Now do that in the ocean.
Exactly.
For 2 days.
38 hours. Are you kidding me?
Can you imagine?
So tip of the cap. When I saw a picture of these people, again, I'm not trying to joan, but they kind of look like me.
Well, I'm saying they're not like, that's not like world-class Jacques Cousteau, I live in the water type folks. They're just like, this is a cool thing we're doing on vacation. What?
Unfathomable. All right. Extensions. DJ Moore got paid. He got over $100 million from the Bears. They lock him up. He's the latest guy to get an extension. And the Patriots, again, they have spent the entire offseason paying their own. The Patriots have made deals with now 8 different players in-house that they've locked up since the start of the offseason, which is pretty incredible. And tip of the cap to that front office to evaluate the guys you want to keep and then throw money at them. Moore, 4 years, $110 million, $82.6 million in guarantees. I ask you, Danny, where's our Sam Cosmi deal? And do you think he gets one before the start of the season? By all accounts, he's become one of the best guards in football. He has now played 3 years going into his 4th and final year of his contract. So if they want to lock him up tonight, they could do it. He's 25. I feel like the sooner the better because he's only going to be getting more and more credit around the league now. He's in the cool club. I'm not really sure what we're waiting for. They got a lot of money this year. They've got plenty of money in the future, very little on the books beyond this season. It seems like they're a prime candidate to lock up a player, and Cosmi's waiting in the wings.
Yeah, I'm wondering, because I haven't heard word one about it. Like the only people that I've heard mention this are us. Now, maybe someone else has talked about it, and they deserve credit for it. But I don't know. I wonder what this group thinks of him. You know what I mean? Because I know he was the previous regimes. I evaluate him pretty highly, but I wonder if they do as well. You would think they would.
How could they not? I mean, there aren't 10 guys at his position better. In fact, he's fringe top 5 probably in the National Football League. How many players can you say on this team are maybe a top 5 player in the NFL at their position? Cosmi comes to mind. I think Tress Way, you could probably say that about. Anybody else?
No.
There was a time maybe Allen or Payne at in a career year, but I wouldn't.
Bobby
say
Wagner was. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer, but not the
that's
second.
a good one. Is Bobby Wagner possibly on that list? Top 5 inside linebacker. I'd say maybe. He's probably closer than most of their players. Might be 7th or 8th at this point. But all the more reason, I think, to get this done, and hopefully they do. We're out of here at 3:10 for Nationals baseball. So we've got a final furlong with a Nats preview and an update on everything going on in the Olympics for you next. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Final few minutes of Grant and Danny today. That's right. It's one of those days where the Nationals are playing an afternoon game and we say goodbye way before we normally do. The exclusive sponsor of this radio show is the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction and help you draft a will, set up a trust, and create a healthcare power of attorney if need be. They'll take care of all of the important stuff that's not that fun, and they will do it in a way that makes you feel better about the process. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them Grant and Danny sent you to score a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We spoke earlier to start the show about the Commanders news of the day. They are bringing Byron Pringle back, signing a receiver. Seems like it's meaningful. We're trying to get to the bottom of exactly why they felt it necessary to do that. Camp body or perhaps disappointment in some of the options that they have in camp already. All of our camp coverage and that conversation, if you want to podcast it, is presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. I don't think Pringle will make the team. Danny, you do.
I do. And it's more, I think you do this for a reason, right? Like he's been available for a while. They could have signed him at any point. Anybody could have, right? And I think they looked at the track record. I think they looked at what they had. They had a few days to sort of look at it and say, that position group could use some veteran, not just Terry McLaurin. Obviously, he's a veteran who's got some pelts on the wall. But I think it's a layer of disappointment in that Dax Milne, Mitchell Tinsley, Demir Bird, Kaz Allen type tier, that 4th, 5th, 6th kind of range of receiver. They want a guy that's been productive at times, has been in multiple different systems. Again, I don't think he's an impact player for them, but if I was De'Ami Brown or some of those other guys I mentioned, I might not be as comfortable as I might have been yesterday.
That we can agree with. Going into the preseason, if you're De'Ami Brown or perhaps Olamide Zaccheaus, there's a little more reason to be on your P's and Q's. Because that guy was on this team last season and he caught passes in games, not unlike Jamison Crowder. Now, it is a different GM and a different head coach and a different offense. So I don't know that he's starting ahead of you. He's probably actually behind you because he's got a lot to learn and catch up on. But there's another veteran NFL receiver who has played a lot on Sundays in the building, and that should just make you a little bit more nervous. Let's look at the Olympic schedule today, Danny, as people get ready to enjoy either an afternoon of Olympics on TV or perhaps tonight in primetime. They'll get to watch a bunch of these events, tape delayed. All of our Olympics coverage on The Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still have the ability to win on every plan against AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch.
Couple good things happening this afternoon if you're a United States fan, which I happen to be. Team USA Hoops men playing right now against South Sudan. That game just tipped off very early.
How big are we favored in that game?
I think it was, by the way, it was.
Can I guess?
Oh, yeah, I saw it. I think I've got this number right. Do you know it, Darius?
I think we got to be like 34-point favorites.
Yeah, even though they only beat South Sudan by a point in one of the tune-ups.
I remember that, but
yeah.
They had a real rough time in a few of those games, and they looked way better in their first game.
Yes, they did.
It seemed like the tune-ups were actually just that, and people overreacted maybe. But I'm going to say we were favored by a ton.
So I saw 31. That was the number that I saw.
Darius, what do you got over there on FanDuel?
I'm seeing, via CBS Sports, I'm seeing 28.5 is what I got.
All right, they're probably using a FanDuel number. They don't have their own book. So I'll take that. 28.5. Let's cover that number. How about it?
Would be very nice to do just that.
Katie Ledecky swims.
She swims at 3:15. So basically in about 9-10 minutes from right now, her signature event, the 1,500 meter freestyle, where she has been dominant and she's excellent. Already has a bronze medal this Olympics, looking for gold.
Yeah, look forward to watching that in primetime tonight. Don't watch it at 3:15. Keep listening to 106.7 The Fan. Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler. We'll have Nats pregame. Speaking of which, sadly and unfortunately, after last night, we got to get to the Nationals. It has been a bit of a grind for Nationals fans this week. Think about the last week of Nats fandom. They got no hit on Thursday to kick everything off. Dylan Cease just shoved on them at Nats Park. So you were at home and watched your team get no hit. Then they hit the road. They have since traded Jesse Winker, who was the guy that gave them their best at-bats this season. Lane Thomas, who was their player of the year the last 2 seasons offensively at the big league level. And Dylan Floro, who's been their most consistent reliever circuit to circuit this year. Then on Sunday, in a game it looked like they were winning and had a chance to sweep in, they get walked off on a home run. And then on Monday, they had a 5-0 a 8-2 and eventually a 4-run lead in the ninth that they blew in epic meltdown fashion. And then yesterday, they got beat 17-0 by the Diamondbacks. This has been about as bad a 6-day stretch for Nats fans to endure as there's been in a long, long time.
Yeah, losing games, I'm generally fine with. There's going to be occasional blowouts when you start to get into the, organizational's 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th pitchers. You don't want your $35 million a year guy getting shelled like that, where I think at one point the Diamondbacks were like 11 for 16 against Corbin to start off the game, and you were down a couple of touchdowns early. But, those gut punch ones where you've done everything right, where this offense that isn't very good actually is good and scores a bunch of runs, when you lose those sting a little more.
Today's actually a pretty significant day, though, as far as the games the rest of the season are going to go, because we're now in, they got the 4th best odds to get the number 1 pick, tank mode essentially in the last couple of months. But there are guys that need to perform well to position them going into the offseason to be a wild card contender next year if they spend some money. And one of those important players is Mackenzie Gore, who's pitching today. Speaking of which, let's get you your Nats starting lineups and pitching pairing presented by the Window Man. Since 1989, the Window Man has been the educational window company. Get your free, no pressure in-home estimate at thewindowman.com or fax in their, or you can shop, I should say, in their Fairfax showroom.
Leading off, playing shortstop, Jake Abrams batting second at first base. Juan Yepez batting third in left field. The James Wood. Harold Ramirez is your designated hitter, hitting fourth. Luis Garcia at second base. Keibert Ruiz hitting sixth, doing the catching. Alex Call in center field today, batting seventh. And fresh up from AAA, Travis Blankenhorn in right field, hitting eighth. And Ildemaro Vargas batting ninth at the third base position.
Juan Yepez hitting .346 with 932 ops and 80 at-bats since being called up from the minor leagues. I mentioned that Mackenzie Gore gets the start on the hill, the team leader with 121 strikeouts over 105 innings. It has been a rough go of it for Gore lately, who has an ERA over 8 in July. He will be glad to see this month in the rearview mirror. Last time out, 9 hits, 6 earned runs in 5 innings against the Cardinals. Just didn't quite have it. Before that, though, 2 innings, and he threw too many pitches to keep going against the Reds. He just hasn't gotten deep into starts. He's lost his command. He's walking too many guys. So he's got to turn his season around with a nice start today. Let's get a weather report presented by Pepco. Storm season's here, and we know a little prep makes a big difference. Get storm informed at pepco.com/storm prep. Our show meteorologist is Ryan Clary.
It is going to be 108 degrees over at first pitch at Chase Field. Luckily for the fellas, they're going to be in a dome. Beautiful 72 degrees. No chance of rain. Dome season.
108 degrees in Phoenix.
It's a show.
Still better than like 96 degrees here.
Yeah.
I will take that.
I mean, it's not good, but it's better.
It is. And people love to do the joke about dry heat. It's just reality. I'm sorry. Like the humidity and the thick, disgusting feeling of wet air here it's just worse.
The pits.
But they're playing in 72 degrees. They're going to be just fine. Good work today, guys. Breaking a sweat and
good
everything.
Energy.
How about that show? Normally 4.5, 110 feels a little different. For Darius, Ryan, and Danny, I'm Grant saying so long. Thanks for listening. Till tomorrow, Vargas.
Thank you for coming.